It's got me begging on my hands and knees. So take me to emergency, 'cause something seems to be missing. Somebody take the pain away. It's like an ulcer bleeding in my brain. So send me to the pharmacy, so I can lose my memory. I'm elated, medicated. Lord knows I've tried to find a way to run away. I think they found another
Ahoy, hoy.
for broken hearts and feeling insecure. You'd be surprised what I endure. What makes you feel so self-assured? I need to find a place to hide. You never know what could be waiting outside. The accidents that you could find. It's like some kind of suicide. So what ails you is what impales you. I feel like I've been crucified to be satisfied.
The EA app is launching the game. At least it's saying that. It might not be doing anything.
Of myself,
Who knows?
I am my own worst enemy. You're a victim of your symptom. You are your own worst enemy. Know your enemy. I'm elated, medicated. I am my own worst enemy. So what ails you is what impales you. You are your own worst enemy. You're a victim of the system. You are your own worst enemy. You're a victim of the system. You are your own worst enemy.
Come on, EA. You can launch a game. You can do it. I believe in you.
has got me yearning. The way you move has left me burning. I know you know.
I think I might go to BRB until it's done. Fucking hell yeah.
To never be free. I know what it's like to be in chains. The way you move is meant to haunt me. The way you move to tempt and taunt me. I know you knew on the day you were born. I know somehow I should have been warned. I know I
There's a black rectangle where the loading game thing should be.
I'm in chains. In chains. I'm in chains. You've got me dying for you. It's you that I'm living through. You've got me praying to you, saying to you anything you want me to. You've got me reaching for you. My soul's beseeching me too. You've got me singing to you, bringing to you anything you ask me to. Oh. The way you move is mesmerizing. The way you move, it's hypnotizing. I know I crumble when you are around. Start to mumble a beautiful sound. Stagger, stumble, shackled and bound in chains. In chains. I'm in chains. In chains. I'm in chains. You've got me dying for you. It's you that I'm living through. You've got me
I don't think this game is actually launching, you know.
to you anything you want me to. You've got me reaching for you. My soul's beseeching me too. You've got me singing to you, bringing to you anything you ask me to. I'm in chains. Chains. I'm in chains.
Let's try launching the EA app again and see if this works.
I'm in chains. In chains. I'm in
Yes, it worked instantly that time. Great.
treasure deep between the places that you hold dear. Can't it hurt to act as if we are in love here? Lying across this chair, fingers everywhere, testifying all the hate.
Sweet. That should not have taken 16 minutes, but, well. I wouldn't be surprised if the thing that hanged the first time around was trying to contact EA servers for the, save sync. That... One sec, had to burp. That seems to be something that, is an issue sometimes. The copy of Liberalum, the Liberalum tome that Dorian sought arrived at Skyhole, along with a number of items ranging from rare manuscripts to grimoires from magisters long dead. They came with a letter from the Grand Archivist apologizing profusely and stating hope his gifts will be of benefit to the Inquisition. It may take some time for Dorian to go through the tome, but seems optimistic that something within will prove of use. Liliana, it's been a pleasure, Zevran.
Let's see what we have. Any news on why Corypheus is sending people to explore elven ruins of all things? No, I suspect he keeps the reason secret even from his inner circle.
It's just resources now. Fine.
Inquisitor?
Inquisitor.
Let's have a look at some inventory management before we go back to the whatchamacallit. Okay. Don't know why I looked at that. I know we haven't got anything for him. You can have that hunting blade though. Spinal Legion blade appears to have been forged for Wyvern hunters, though it lacks a marker's mark. A maker's mark. Nah. You can have Helm of the Dragon Hunter. And a stupid hat. Okay, Helm of the Inquisitor still the best. Investments of the Pure still the best. I'm glad I have helmets turned off. Because that looks absurd. Right. I think that's just about everything. Let's go sell this shit. You don't have anything to say, do you, Josie?
A pleasure.
Nope.
Let's speak later.
Maybe.
Farewell.
Maybe she
It's
does.
good to see you.
I wanted to spend some time with just you and me, Josephine.
Why, that sounds lovely.
Aww. How the fuck do I get back? Wow. She, came and went. By which I mean she disappeared right in front of me. Plus side, Alfred. If I just leave this, will it become elf fruit again? Elf fruit's like, I know it's really common, but it's by far the most useful thing we grow. She's back again. And now she's not. And now she's back. And she's gone again. She's like an inverse lord. This is... what? And she's gone. She's back. Hi, Josie. Hi, Josie. She's hiding from me. That's what it is. Well, she's there, but as soon as the Inquisitor goes close, nope, not here. Can't see me. Is she actually here, just invisible? I should have probably actually start playing the game at some point, shouldn't I? You seem familiar. Who are you?
Inquisitor?
Not a clue. Does this lead anywhere spicy? Oh fuck. It's not run off there. Okay, she's not loading in at all now, but that might be because I'm actually too far away. Is that the tavern up there? I don't think so. Otherwise coal would show on the map. Definitely not the tavern. I can't get a drink here. Oh, I know where I am. There should be a faster way to the courtyard from this place. I guess it's through this door, isn't it?
I've chosen a buckle over with turquoise. 5 feathers.
You're so bold. I have selected simple shades of rose and a shocking parasol.
Oh, careful. You'll distract from the happy couple.
Impossible.
I do agree. But what if...
Wait before the seasons and fashions change. Disaster.
Right, so it's the door right by the plants. I should try and remember that.
Let us begin.
Right, let's come here and let's go north. Oh, I'm not taking a tank. This should be exciting. Right. I came here because there's a fade rift that's somewhere? This is it through here? sort of looks right. If I go under here, probably not. No. Yoink. Wrong button. Speaking of though, I don't really like that fist. Doesn't really do anything. We're close enough for it to spawn. Well, Sarah's already doing badly. On the other hand, she apparently has some death siphon stroke drain life abilities. Or equipment. She healed quite a lot then. She's healed most of her health back. Kind of impressive. Impressive. I'm dying. Are we done? No. Is it a spare demon still over there? Anyone want to consider attacking it? Now we can. I don't know if it's down there. Oh. Okay. Oh. Well, there's the Tevinter ruins.
No good, yeah?
Demons still scare you, dear? After all we've been through? Might you have suffered some form of injury as a child?
You and yours are the broken ones.
Because I have been trained not to be afraid.
Being scared of things that are scary is normal. Your training is the weird thing. Ask anyone who's not one of you. It's like you're scabbed over or something. Makes me wonder what else you don't feel.
I feel everything in the proper measure.
Right, because you're normal. Just ask you.
Oh shit, she's got 5 points to spend. Shattering enemies with Faster Frost active deals more damage to other enemies. Faster Frost also taunts all nearby foes to attack you. Why would I want that? Faster Fire is active, all your abilities have no cooldown. Each unique ability used while Flask of Fire is active increases its duration. Flask of Lightning is more concentrated, making time almost stop around each enemy you damage with the effect. Alright, down here was not the way. Great. Okay. Where the fuck is the way then? Find a pat. Oh, fuck. Well, we're Sarah now, alright? There's supposed to be a door or something here to lead up. This has just led further down.
The veil is wobbly here.
Perhaps a bit wobbly instead.
What? Let me check. Sensing... Sensey... Definitely wobbly.
Welp. We keep walking around in circles, like hugging this rock. Surely, I will eventually find a way to it. Like there. Right, so this is where I just was. Nope. Can't jump on that. I feel like I've missed something down here.
That didn't work.
wouldn't give for some proper wine.
Skyhold Steward is a sadistic little man who is trying to kill us.
Perhaps he found a bargain he couldn't pass up on vats of vinegar.
It could be worse, darling. It could be an Anders vintage.
Egad, we'd be forced to retaliate.
Speaking of wine, I'm gonna BRB while I get a drink.
Weather.
Doesn't matter, she'll be doing it her way. Doesn't care if it's a 10 or a 2-way. Doesn't matter, she'll be doing it her way. Every night, every day. Never meant to show up here anyway. Only bugging you till the season change. Change. Never meant to show up here anyway. Only bugging you till the season change.
Hello again. Hey breakfast, how are you doing? Of course. Every day, every time I have hope that it won't stop capturing because I alt-tabbed out. And then most of the time, I'm disappointed.
What's that now?
The other day, you were outside in the rain, staring up with a grin on your face.
I smile at clouds.
Of course you do.
What? I should hunch and swear at the rain pissing off my nose? Let the weather win. I smile the freak out of clouds. Maybe they get tired of trying.
Are we still talking about clouds?
What?
Never mind. Drinks and insults later?
We're both buying. Then there's double.
I like the way she thinks. Well, eating salad with artichoke and feta. Nice. I have opted for a fruity Italian. I also have a bottle of wine. Glass. Well, a bottle. The glass. We're both buying. I like the idea that if they both buy, there is double the amount. Smart.
My lady.
Okay. We've got some veil fire. I feel like we're going entirely the wrong way. An exceptionally cheap date. I don't drink. There's other ways to be expensive. Maybe my way up involves my tree house that I discovered. I can buy for cheap boys and still be okay on the tab. There. Can I just... Well done. The local Eagle, a fucking Sprite is $4 each. My local bar soft drinks are $2 with free refills. I was surprised. Hi, Dogfisher. I was surprised when I was in like nightclubs how expensive non-alcoholic drinks are. Like, a lot of them are more expensive than alcoholic drinks. And I'm like, are you encouraging people to like drink and drive and stuff by making it really expensive to be the designated driver? Because holy fuck. I don't know if this actually... is a path I can go? So this... Right, like in my experience, using soft drinks very cheap or free so that someone can not break the... Yeah, exactly. But they went the route of, oh, here's these trendy, suave soft drinks that look like they're not soft drinks. And for that, they're going to cost double what they're meant to. So... it's like... it's glorified fruit juice. Like, calm the fuck down.
The ancient Imperium did like to leave a mark. I wonder how long they stayed.
I believe this was Colette's destination.
Well done. That might be why we came here. Nigel's Point. Who the fuck is Nigel? I actually cannot wait to survey and explore Nigel's Point. Kappa pride. This is one of the ruins that explorer Sir Nigel visited on his travels to the Frostback. So much of what I've learned in this region comes from his notes and sketches. It's appalling about how little recognition he's received compared to that brother Genitivi, or even that peddler of Pabulum. Pabulum? William, a bard! Bid. I wonder if I could discover the original purpose of Nigel's Point. Stop calling it Nigel's Point. Its ancient Tevinter name, of course, has been lost, but I'm certain it was built and dedicated to an old god. I wonder which one. If I could learn this, of course, Harding gives me a severe look every time I suggest I could just scroll over one morning. She insists it's too dangerous. He worries too much on Colette's research journal. Like, I still tip $1 a drink on fountain soda, so the bartender shouldn't mind who's getting his. My local bar, my favourite bartender, doesn't even charge me a soda because he knows he's going to make 10 to 12 for me in tips for just keeping my Sprite full. There. So so bartender pays for your drinks because they make more than it back from tips. Is that the... Oh, Colette.
Inquisitor, you may want to see this.
I'm going to read this first. The Hunt of the Fell Wolf. I want to read it. Seems long.
Inquisitor, I was going to send word. I found something.
Please sheath that
This
sword.
inscription, almost completely faded, but two stood. Felt 60 true before our triumph. A breath in the hunt, and let rest the lowlanders, worthy of the lady's care. The markings and surrounding artifacts date to American's time. The references and scripts suggest Avar.
What's your theory?
I need to complete a full survey and have Professor Kenrick evaluate the site himself. But this may be a tribute to Heron and Orina, Inquisitor Emeriden's companions.
I don't think he pays for it. I think he just doesn't ring it in. The profit margins of pounding drinks so insane that the bar pays us so... Oh, fair enough.
What makes you think the inscription refers to Heron and Dorina?
It's only a theory, but the age of the markings and surrounding artifacts match the timeline we've established for Emeriden. I found glass fragments in the clay, several with slight veins of discoloration. Blue. Like Templar artifacts.
Templars?
The Templars were a new order in Emeriden's time. Given their small numbers then, few would be found outside the Chantry's reach. It's unusual to find one deep in uncharted territory, unless he traveled here for a purpose, as Heron would have.
Sorry, less than a farthing or whatever they use it. Oh, God. Farthings are a bit before my time. Is it 1970 something? 3? Have they moved to decimal? I don't remember. I'd say don't remember. I wasn't there. I am not old enough to have experienced that. But pence? Pennies?
You don't think the inscription could refer to Emeriden himself?
It's possible. But Emeriden would have been recognized as a leader, which the inscription might have noted out of respect. And a breath in the hunt? Why note that your hunt continues unless your remaining prey was someone important?
What happened here?
An encounter with ancient Avar, and not a friendly one. Emeriden and his companions were outnumbered in an unfamiliar place. If Emeriden's not here, perhaps someone bought him the time needed to keep going?
You're not 95. Oh, I could have sworn. What's really funny is people at work keep thinking I'm like 20. I'm like, you know, that would have meant that I joined here when I was 12, right? Like...
If this is the resting place of Heron and Dorina, it only remains because the Avar took time to honor them.
Respect for a worthy adversary? It wouldn't be out of place.
What do you know about Heron?
When the Templar Order was first formed, Sir Heron was among its members. He's arguably the most famous of the original Templars, though he was never one of their leaders. He's better known as one of Inquisitor Emeriden's confidants. They'd known each other since youth.
It's just on looks. I'll probably put it about 28. Reasonably close. I'm 32.
So they were close. Friends.
When Emeriden was made Inquisitor, Heron's position in his inner circle was assumed. A few ballads about them survive. The type with adventures and happy endings. I don't know if they're true. They remind me of my brothers, though.
What can you tell me about Orina?
Orina was an alchemist in Orzammar. It's said she met Emeriden while dealing with a demon, but it's not known why Emeriden was there. Demons aren't common in the deep roads, but they were a problem for the Inquisition at the time. Orina knew she could help, so she joined Emeriden.
Not too far, not close enough to be impressive, I take it. Fair, you're closer than they are. Like, even 28 would be like... not actually old enough to have gotten my degree before starting, so... In fact, if I were 20, I wouldn't be old enough to have my degree now. Despite having been here for a while.
If she left Orzammar, that would make her a surfacer. She turned her back on the stone, though it said she had few regrets. Some claim she was actually from one of Orzammar's...
Unless you're very, very
families,
smart.
But who can say? She never used her last name on the surface, and once exiled, the family likely struck her name from personal documents. Professor Kenrick petitioned Orzammar's Shaperit to grant access to their records, but the request was turned down.
Kind of, yes. But I think people don't tend to... Oh, my blood sensor's ended. I'll do that next time I take a break. But to be honest, we really, really smart people here tend to do more things, like more varied things rather than higher level. I mean, I guess the higher level, but like I knew someone a while ago who was doing something like 9 A levels, and they're also doing like, there's a university course for one of the Ivy League universities that was being done remotely. Like they were doing something like that, but I don't think it was, I don't know if it was a degree technically. But yeah, they were spreading themselves very thin.
What will you do with this information? Professor Kenrick will expect detailed notes on the location, stone and clay samples, and any trace artifacts I can find. If Ameridan's history is compiled, this could be worth an entire chapter. I might get credit on the inside cover.
Oh, Colette, that's adorable. Hello?
You, Colette.
I love the fact that it was obviously registering my button press, because every time I pressed 2, it lit up, showing that it was actually registering, but it just didn't do the thing. I should have read that, but I didn't. Oh, these are quests. Collections? Oh, regions. Hydromark songs. Where even is the code? Oh, it's here. Never mind, found it. Alright, this is an abominable interface to find anything specific. Oh, here. Never mind, I found it. Why is... console port and all that. But there should be a search bar. There should be a search where I can start typing Colette's notes and it appears. Series of detailed drawings of the inscription, glass shards, and surrounding area follow a handful of neatly written notes. Or at least organize them by place, maybe? 2 stood, felled 60 tree before our triumph. A breath in the hunt and let rest the lowlanders worthy of the lady's care. Inscription discovered in Tevinter ruin within the Frostback basin, not Tevinter in origin. Script style and surrounding symbolism marked text as Avar. Writing not widespread in holds, place marked by a leader or augur. Few lowlanders known to be in the area at the time. Glass in the area likely means Templar presence. Long past. Samples prepared for Professor Kenrick's opinion. Am I done here?
Yes? Thank you, Colette. Inquisitor.
Is there a way? Don't know. Find anything to do with this veil fire I found. Hey, how are you doing? Yeet! That's a very large skeleton. Ooh. Yoink. Where are my friend? Oh, there's two of them. And Sarah. Is Sarah still up there? Eesh. Wow, they're both frozen and on fire. I see. This invisible person. I think I question the point of being invisible if your staff isn't. What is this? When you call on benign spirits to restore you and your lives, can you fight all party members here to full health, including those who have fallen unconscious? Okay. That'll be useful against... Would have been used in that dragon fight where everyone dies. Missed. Deaded. Oh. Their head came right off. Oh god. Well. I don't think this was the right way anyway. Can I get back up? I kind of slid down here. Bollocks. Skyriming it. Nailed it. Oh, I see the rift. We can do this. This is easy. Save. Oh, the level 26. Great. Who are you? Rita Shade. Oops. There's a lot of rage demons here. Oi! Can everyone attack this fucker? Yay, there's another one. Healing. That was a waste. I should have used that on the fucking rage demons. Oh, fuck. Bollocks. Didn't want to do that. This way. Why is it still showing fade rift? Did I not close it? No, I did. Alright. Ooh. Let's take the winding path back down. I mean, we could take the short route, which is to jump and probably die. I guess a really short route would be to fast travel. Fine.
How is it, Vivienne, that you weren't part of the rebellion with the rest of the Southern Mages?
Those of us outside of the circles could not be compelled to revolt.
Ah, nothing like solidarity.
This from a man who hails from a nation where mages kill each other for sport.
Oh fuck. Bollocks. Damn. Nothing's going the way I want it to. I've lost more health trying to walk over here than I have in any fight. Well, that's not true. I died in one fight. But in any fight today. You know what? I'm going to rest. I'm going to find a tent and sleep. And heal these broken ankles and ribs that we surely have at this point. I think I need to climb down. Yeah, look, so up there and then up there, so... Oh, they brought me shit. I never actually sold my valuables, did I? I forgot. Let's find a merchant.
We've scouted the area.
Here a tank would be useful. Just take down his guard with a shield bash. You are. Ooh. Well, Dorian's down? Kind of? He doesn't know it yet, but he's kind of down. Now he's really down. Woohoo! Is Dorian gonna, Well, I guess he's dead for real. Oh, nice. Oh. Throwing fist. We can fist again. Yay. Who doesn't love a good fisting? It's a Phil Collins song, isn't it? I fist again. Yoink. bugger. Oh, spooters. Oh, okay. Stone Fist has a really nice short cooldown. Which means I might actually be able to use it. A lot of abilities I've had in this game have had the same cooldown. Or there's been two that have had like a short cooldown than compared to everything else. So why would I use anything else? Ow. On your ass. So the Hacknite camp cleared. And the last one's over here. That never stops being funny. You probably want to be dealt with, right? Oh wow, you've got some resolve. Let's see. Oh, that explains why sometimes it does like 7,000 damage. Because if I do Blizzard first and then hit them with that, it becomes extremely powerful. Ice damage, 200% weapon damage. So it's only double the cost of a... Sorry, double a normal attack. Whereas that's 500% weapon damage. And has less mana. This is objectively better than Winter's Grasp. Okay.
The river should see less Hacknite activity, at least for now.
Anything here to loot? Let's go see. Let turn this in. Lieutenant Farrow. This way? Our abomination friends rampage. Is it wrong to hire someone knowing that they're an abomination and they're like, yes, I am possessed by a spirit. We want to kill all of your enemies. Hire us? No, it seems like the most reasonable abomination we've encountered.
Rather be stationed here than in the approach.
Oi, Pharaoh. Oi, Pharaoh. Oi, Pharaoh. Pharaoh!
Inquisitor,
The Hackonites were pushed back from the river.
That will put minds at ease, sir. I'll arrange patrols for the area. It's no Imperial highway, but we'll
Abomination
see
need
people along
jobs
as
too.
safely as we can.
Yeah.
That will be all, Lieutenant.
I mean, it was that or catering, and let's be real, he just burns all the food, so... Let's follow the path I was, because this seems to go where I want it to. It's Buddha. See, that actually would have been a good time to use Winter's Grasp because it was frozen. Ooh, sister. Nice. Spider? Spiders. The spiders have taken a fort. They're shooting over the walls. They're like anti-siege spiders. Let's keep going north. I see. We found another tree house. Except we've approached it from the top this time. Which is not normally how you approach tree houses. Imagine falling down there. Like... that's a sizable gap. What she said. else get Kashyyyk vibes from this place. Oh, they're actually fighting. What else is down there? No one. Okay, what vibes? Kashyyyk. The planet of the Wookiees. I guess we're coming over here. Oh, I don't know Star Wars. Fair enough. I guess the answer's no then. You don't. You don't get Kashyyyk vibes at all from this place. On account of not knowing Star Wars. True enough, functionally, I suppose not. I still recommend playing Knights of the Old Republic, though. It's one of those games that is so good, just as an RPG in its own right. It actually doesn't... I just teleported by accident into this range against this creature. Fuck. Oh, is that hostile now? No. It's inevitably going to become hostile, though. Just don't attack it. Just leave it. Fuck's sake. So, I have an ability. I keep pressing the wrong button. I have an ability. Sheath yourself in lightning while casting spells. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. The storm comes to your aid even without your calling it. When you are in combat, lightning will periodically strike a random enemy. It wasn't hostile, but apparently I have been moonwalking on carpet and I zapped it by accident. Anyway, now it's dead. How do we get over there? This is a path. I do want those shards. I don't know why. I've got enough to open the last door already. I don't know if I need more. But they're there, so I'm going to take them. Let me look through your skull. It's not on that rock. And that one by accident. Spindleweed. Only suckers use bridges. I could just not walk through a place filled with dinosaurs. Come on, you can walk this. Oh, it's above me. Of course it's above me. I was about to check my blood sugar, but I can't because my sensors ran out. But I could prick my finger. Who has time for that? I'll do it when I take a break. Still have wine and a mug of coffee left. This wine is very nice. Just felt like sharing that with you. Yoink. Want to progress the main quest? Because fucking RPG, isn't it? Who does a main quest in an RPG? My biggest gripe with Skyrim. This is my biggest gripe with Skyrim at all. My biggest gripe with Skyrim is you ignore the main quest like you are expected to do in an Elder Scrolls game. What's the main quest? Exactly. You ignore the main quest as you are expected to do in an RPG, and you don't get any shouts. You have to play through like the first few bits as if it's a linear game. Why would you put that in an Elder Scrolls game? Hmm? You know the first thing I did in Oblivion after leaving the prison? Very first thing I did? Shivering Isles. I stumbled upon... Was it Asura? Something like that. I can't remember. It was ages ago. I stumbled upon whatever the entrance was to Shivering Isles, and I fucking did that. I was... Yeah, main quests are hard to discern sometimes. They definitely are in The Witcher, to be honest. Like, you're doing something you think is a side quest, and... Oh! Nope, it's not. With this, it's clearly that. It's clearly that thing there that takes us to... Elfie Boy. Which does actually mean my entire experience of Shivering Isles is of the low-level enemies. So yeah, maybe I should replay it, but playing that at the end, or at least later on. Mysteries of the Frostback Basin, a voluminous pile of notes and observations, half diary, half research notes. These parchments have no clear order, if they ever did. At the top, someone's written observations of the mysteries of the Frostback Basin and their hidden connections to the great secrets buried by the ages. The mystery of the aqueducts. After much reading, I know the Tevinter walls by the lake were called aqueducts, which were roads that carried water to their forts of stone. These aqueducts drained water from the lower regions. That is not the whole reason the Tevinters changed the land. Parts of the basin... These people have magic. These people have magic. Why would they build aqueducts? They could just magic the water over here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 abilities that involve summoning frozen water. Almost never use shouts anyway. My main... I think the shout button is some stealth power I forgot on my legend. I played around with shouts for ages and essentially reached the conclusion that the only one worth bothering with is Fuzz Rodar. There are so many shouts in that game, and the only one really worth it is the bog standard basic one. That's not the whole reason. Parts of the basin have been altered in the past, which one can see if you're of the right mind for it. There's only one explanation. Paths of mystic resonance or mystic lines or ley lines run through the land. Fun fact, the water companies in the UK still use fucking water dowsing sticks to find leaks. I just can't. They do. Yes. That's fucking insane. Yes. Correct. They may as well ask a fucking magic 8-ball. The mages in the hold deny ley lines exist, but they are protecting secrets of fraternity, or else are ignorant of the secret Lowlander rites. As proof, Professor Waylon Vankin maps lines of power across the basin of his book Ode to the Ordo Templis Royalis. Welcome to the fucking Ministry of Water and Divination, I guess. I mean, that would imply that they're a government organization and not privatized by, was it John Major or Margaret Thatcher? Either way, it was a Tory cunt. Anyway, he does not say in the book to a casual reader, but a certain secret signs left by the professor to befuddle his enemies and point to it very closely if one reads the text 8 times. Someone has sketched landmarks on the back of one of the papers, a crumbling Tevinter wall standing in the Sallow Marsh, an island in the middle of a river, something that looks like a Tevinter prison, and a small Tevinter outpost with a terrace on one side and metal sculpture in the courtyard. I don't know much about the UK, but I know we hate the Tories. Yeah, they're awful. I'm in the US like a chump. I mean, who am I attacking? Not a clue. At least in the US, there is a difference between the Republicans and the Democrats. Not as much as I would personally like, but at least it exists. It is not the case here. There is literally not a policy difference between Labour and the Tories at the moment. Is there though? I mean, maybe it's just because the Republicans are so outright fascist that anyone who is not a fascist is by definition different. And maybe that's a low bar to cover. Because, let's be real, your Democrats are absolutely conservative. In fact, they're probably pretty close to our Tories. Literally not even a difference between Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak. Like, not even a policy difference. When I was young, I think the Dems were functionally centrist. Now growing, the Dems are right of centre. Not gonna lie, anyone who has ever, well, almost everyone I've ever heard call themselves a centrist actually means pretty damn right wing. Because if you actually look at it in absolute terms, with collectivism as being on the left and I guess capitalism will be on the right, the actual political centre will be Bernie Sanders, which is astounding given how he's presented by basically all of everyone. Every politics do so the same coin, almost none of them actually care about the little people. And if they do, they get completely shat on. True, I think that has to do with where the centre is. Yeah. We've found some Avar.
Climbers seem tired, thanks. More hunting. Is your hold beast well?
We hunt as well as ever, Thane Harrison.
You would be safer under the shield of the jaws of Hakon.
Hask Fisherson has taken victory in sight of the Lady of the Skies. Harv, you owe 4 rounds to Hask, not 3.
Ha! Tear his tits.
Wind, lift your oaths to the Lady of the Skies, and hand the rams over come sunrise.
May your people be as strong as your hold beast.
think the American Dem leadership is the left and centrists are just not fair. Yeah, I would never was in communist mood.
This is not my hold, Lowlander. I will not shed your blood here. You will face the full might of the jaws of Hakon soon enough.
Yeah, I've been slaughtering your people up and down the land.
We've heard of your arrival, Lowlanders. Come, share my fire where we might speak.
Ooh.
Inquisitor, I am Svara's son here, Thane of Stonebear Hold. You have guest welcome here. The Lowlanders have little love for your Dalish clans. I am impressed that you came to lead their Inquisition. You and your people have come far from the safety of the Lowlands.
We noticed.
We have not come to cause trouble in your home, Thane. We have learned that the last Inquisitor may have died here hundreds of years ago. We seek his body.
Giving peace to the dead is a worthy quest. Any help we can offer is yours. Sadly, the jaws of Hakon will not offer so warm a welcome. You have met their Thane, Gerd Harrofson. I wager you have crossed blades with the jaws of Hakon in the wilderness.
You could say
if you
that.
would search this place for your Inquisitor's body, they will want you to pay in blood.
Well, she's a nonchalantly talking and translucent shimmering lady. Not to mention, my own companions can't follow me. They keep having to teleport to my position because they don't know where I am. I want to say something about the invisibility spell you're rocking. It's a ring or an amulet or something. What was the climbing contest?
When I first entered your holds, there was a climbing contest of some sort. What was that?
The test of the lady. We use it to settle disputes when it is not clear who has the right of it. There are others. For the test of the Mountain Father, you battle with verse while those who favor you hold you aloft. The test of Hakon is battle with blunted weapons.
If a glowing transparent woman walked into my office, I would shit myself. That's probably fair. She's the most visible invisible person I've ever seen, though. Although, to be fair, most invisible people I have never seen. Which is kind of the point.
It seems as fair a way as any to decide such matters.
In many cases, the law is clear. The tests are only for real disputes. As Thane, I may guide the gods in finding who is worthy. I decide which test will settle the dispute. I may also ask a warrior whose claim is foolish to climb with stones strapped to his back.
If they kind of feel that this is a world of magic, I'd be a little surprised. That's true. If that's supposed to be an invisibility effect, it sure seems to make you stick out. To be fair, I think it does its job well, which is making the player visible to the, well, making the character visible to the player whilst understanding it's invisible to everyone else. I've played games before that the invisibility effect was actually really effective and I've had no fucking clue where I was. So, tell me about Stonebear Hold.
I'd like to hear more about Stonebear Hold.
We are not the largest hold, but our warriors are strong, and our singers are pretty. Ah, words are for boasting around the fireside. You should look yourself, if you will.
Your singers are pretty. And they sing? Do they sound good? Be a fun mechanic though, a stealth game where sneaking made the player lose track of your something. There was a game a while ago called Inquisition Heroes where, oh, let's try that again. I genuinely thought the joystick was just not scrolling down because that happens sometimes. But no, there's a game called Inquisition Heroes where Can't trying to remember. I believe you can only see yourself, I think, and it's basically built around screen sniping. So you've got to look at your like split screen people to see where they are. First over again, celebrating getting this new coding project to work. Awesome. Yeah, that looked really interesting, but I don't really have anyone local who would be into that sort of thing. And to be honest, I don't really play multiplayer games anyway, so tell me about the Jaws of Hakon.
I'd like to know more about the Jaws of Hakon.
They are not the first hold to take that name. All have been foolish. What would you know of them?
Why don't they like me?
What do the Jaws of Hakon believe that makes them so angry?
A wise man honors each god to its strength. Bjorn Reedbeard for fishing, Rilla of the Fireside for making babies. The Hakonites care only for Hakon Winter's Breath, god of war and winter. There is no evil in Hakon. There are times to fight, but the Jaws of Hakon care for nothing else. They raid, they fight. Eventually they die and their stories are forgotten. It is the way of things.
You're interested in a function that aggregated joystick chat and Twitch chat into one window? Yes. Yes, I would love that. And the other thing I would like is for it to be able to output into a browser source that I could put into OBS. Because, yeah, that would be the holy grail of extra functionality that I would love. Basically, it's what Stream.io does, but without the extra Stream.io bullshit that I can't be doing with. Tell me of this recent group.
What can you tell me of the people now calling themselves the Jaws of Hakon?
They came here a few years ago, after the Blight took their hold. There was land enough for both, so we were friendly. We did not see their anger. Gerd Harrison lost too many in his hold to Darkspawn. He thought only of battle and war. To avenge a wrong is a good thing, but only a fool lights the world on fire to do it.
Tell me of the early group.
You said that there were earlier groups known as the Jaws of Hakon.
Yes, many ages ago. They thought of nothing but slaughter glory. They attacked the lowlanders. Your people fought back and destroyed them. They were fools.
I will speak with you later.
Fair hunting.
We never got to ask her about her sun hair.
Inquisitor?
Why sun hair?
How did you get the name Sunhair?
I was born Svara Janus daughter. For my legend mark, I once fought a battle with my hair on.
Jane's Dotton?
You lit your hair on fire?
An enemy archer lit my hair on fire.
That's a lot less
I was
insane.
knocked shield to shield with a foe, and I had no time to douse it. It scared my foes. My hair was braided long enough that I could spare it. It stank worse than goat shit, though.
True. Absolutely. The smell of burning hair or keratin is absolutely awful. I was doing soldering with a class last week, and this girl, her fringe kept going onto the soldering iron, and somehow she was not noticing, but I fucking was, because that stank to high heaven. Also, Jane's Dotton, really? You're like, I don't know, Janis Dotton or something? Few weeks. I think I'll probably do that. It might take a few weeks since I just learned how to WebSocket and joysticks API works, and now I've learned Twitch's API too. A few weeks or even a few months if you're not on a deadline. I'm working in spare time to get it done. Awesome, thank you. I'd appreciate that. And also, I'd appreciate it putting that somewhere quite public on like the joystick Discord, because I think that kind of thing would entice more people over from Twitch to joystick, because it's quite daunting when you have an established community on somewhere like Twitch and are moving to, you know, an admittedly much smaller platform like Joystick, it's a gamble, right? Whereas if you are able to multi-stream to both of them, it alleviates that somewhat. And honestly, the more people we can get moving to here instead of that, you know, kick, which I don't, not thrilled about the prominence that kick is getting when there are better alternatives. But yeah, I'll post about it when I get it done. Don't want to get people's hopes and then finish it. Oh yeah, I wouldn't announce anything publicly right now. I'm going to do this, and then no one hears of it for a while. But yeah, I'd definitely be fascinated by that though. Will you fight the Hackonites?
The Hackonites are attacking my people. I would welcome any assistance you could offer.
Bathing my blade in the blood of the Hackonites would be cause for a feast for most in this hold. The Hackonites are fools, and they have forgotten the old ways. But we have pledged peace with them. To attack with lowlanders at our side would make us oathbreakers. This is poor weather for me to ask that of my hold.
But
I'm not hearing a no, Thane Sunhead.
Among the Avar, a hold draws strength from its hold beast. They are as kin to us. When our hold beast is strong and happy, there is joy. When it sickens and dies, it is an ill omen. Our bear, Storvacker, has not been seen in days. The hold fears for her. I cannot ask the hold to break peace oaths unless Storvacker returns.
Do you have any members of the hold searching for Storvacker?
The hold is already fearful. A great hunt for our hold beast would show weakness to the Hackonites. If she were dead, the Augur would know. So the hunters watch for tracks. That is all we can do.
The way you asked us to help find Storvacker made it sound like you were willing to break your oath.
I could say that Avar hold all oaths sacred, that no true Avar would break them. It would be a good lie. Lowlanders doubtless say the same of themselves.
yeah,
Cunning Thane can find a hole in the tent of any promise. A place for the cold wind to sneak in.
you fucking lawyer.
Oaths last until they are broken.
Oaths last until they're broken. That is literally true.
If I find your bear and you break the oath, what happens to Stonebear Hold?
Other holds share oaths with the Jaws of Hakon. They are sworn to defend or avenge them. If the Hackonites were friends, they would attack us. But they are friends to few. We will send offerings, trade, and gifts to pay the price of oath-breaking. The storm will pass. I do not do this lightly, Inquisitor. But the Hackonites are tiresome.
Mood. Why does this bear matter?
I'm a little confused about why I have to find a bear in order to gain the support of your tribe.
Storvacker is not a bear. She is our hold beast. She ties us to the gods. Without her,
We're not a diplomat. You can tell that, can't
I've
you?
heard your elf gods turned from you. Is that not a bad thing? It is as that. I know more of this world than the world of spirits. Speak with our Augur if you would know more. They're our gods, not yours. For you, it is enough that Storvacker matters to us.
You seem to know more about the Dalish gods than most humans do.
Does Storvacker usually live in the hold? Does she stay in a pen?
Don't say that.
Pens are for goats and chickens, not holdkin.
Yeah.
The Avar are free. So
Arianwen, how could you say that?
Storvacker lives in a cave near the hold. She comes to visit if she wishes to see us. We bring her gifts of food. Not enough that she will not hunt for herself.
I'm now concerned if I even want to ask this. So about me and bears. Oh, because I kill them. I kill so many of them.
Maybe I shouldn't bring this up, but bears and I traditionally do not get along.
You have fought bears. You lived. Good for you. Fear will keep you respectful should you find Storvacker. You will be fine.
So you're saying she's friendly?
We'll see. We'll find out.
I will speak with you later.
Ask those in the hold about Storvacker. They may know something they have not told me.
I like her. Thane Svara Sunhair. This appears to be an unfinished letter. The handwriting is simple and the text has many phrases crossed out. Lowlanders, if you be brave enough to... Elysians, if you be brave enough... Merchants of Orlair, if... To those who would trade with Stone Bear Old, you must know me. I am Thane Svara Sunhair. I am Thane Svara Yarnas Dutton, known as Sunhair. Though my blade has tasted battle tears many... Though my blade has tasted blood many... Though I have fought many battles, I wish no conflict between us. Instead, trade between our old and yours. We have furs and leathers that put your lowland hides to shame, plus weapons that have tasted Hakon's winter. We have furs and leathers that will make your weapons look strong and your leathers look supple, plus weapons... We have excellent furs and leathers and weapons like none seen in lowlands. Trade honestly and well, and there'll be coin for all. Cheaters and your blood will... Trade honestly and well, there'll be kind for all. Thane Svara Sunhair. This is a fool's task. What lowlander would come this far for furs if not seen? Ah, Korth. I just wrote that. Korth, I just wrote that instead of saying it. This stupid lowland writing vexes the mind. The rest of the letter is a series of angry sketches of axes. Merchant? Merchant? I don't know if that's better than what Thingamajig has. But those are shit. Tell you that one for free. That's crap, right? We agree that's crap? Yeah, that's crap. Here's a drawing. A simple but artfully rendered indicates the owner of this meat shop decided to spend the day mixing alchemical potions, or more likely alcoholic drinks, and the people should take what they like and pay him later. Can I dump some shit here and take all of your money? That's how shops work, right? It's a meat shop. Why am I looking for... Revenant art. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want to open that. I don't want to let his nug out. Oh bollocks. I've let your nug free. It was an accident. On Avar cuisine. What is thrown into the Avar's crockpot? What isn't? Far from the delicate creams and sauces of Val Royal, or the rich pies and ripe cheeses beloved in Ferelden, the Avar must subsist on whatever their mountain valleys provide, not volleys. Nothing is too humble for their appetites, from the small succulent snails found on the hillside boulders. Please. don't just eat snails. They have some nasty parasites if you just eat snails. Anyway, to fern fiddleheads and harvested in the spring, it's not to say the Avar do not dine on more dangerous but far more filling fare. Hearts, rams, gurguts, and lurkers are all candidates for communal evening meals taken around the fire. Lowlander spices, while not unknown, are great delicacies reserved for feasts. In fact, my parting gift to the Thane of Fennec Tooth Hold was, at his request, 10 jars each of black peppercorns, powdered mustard, and Antivan cordseed. Avar cooking methods favour utility. Stews are common because they can be simmered until nightfall with small fuss. Holds by lakes or rivers will wrap fish in clay and pungent leaves and leave it to bake all day over banked coals. Most of our food preparation, however, centres around winter. From the spring thaw onwards, the hold is an endless hive of activity as meat is smoked, vegetables are pickled, fruits are dried and stacked in crude dirt cellars in preparation for the long dark. Despite this race against the seasons, the Avar freely leave out rich cuts of meat and piles of plump berries on wood and stone slabs around their village. They believe these offerings appropriate a strange collection of beings they refer to as gods inhabiting the forest. The wise traveller attempts not to judge, and I was treated with all care due a guest, but I never became accustomed to the sight of good food left out by such a practical people. From the further journeys of Marquis Dlussard, with emphasis on food and drink with the full illustrations of the... See, this is already unrealistic. This Orlesian nobleman is speaking favorably of Ferelden food, rich pies and ripe cheeses, and even talking favorably about their food as basic as it is. Like, even Alistair.
Only one question, Sarah. Did you cut your own hair?
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
You could try using something other than a rusty butter knife.
Oh, excuse me while I dig up my diamond-studded hair-cutting whatevers.
Scissors. The word you're looking for is scissors.
Whew. Wow, Dorian. Oh. Okay, his nug has just absolutely fucked off. I'm gonna do that. Can I put it back? No? What was I even saying? Oh yeah,
You seen the animals the jaws of Hakon kill? Rat things with frost dripping from their claws.
I have. Argus says it's bad magic.
but Alistair talks about the stews that they cook.
What did I tell you? Lowlanders from the north.
Why do they dress like that?
Like what? Invisible? And how you put everything in a pot and leave it stew until everything's a uniform grey, which I think is doing stews a disservice, but there's none of that snobbery from that French nobleman, sorry, Orlesian nobleman.
Greetings, stranger.
Howdy. Trader Hudson. Wisdom.
You're the one they speak about in the lowlands, aren't you? The Herald of Andraste.
Yeah, some
Many
people
call
say
me
that,
that.
yeah.
Helmsdim Rolfson. I trade our goods outside the hold. You'll not find better this side of the mountain.
Have you travelled outside of Stonebear Hold?
Corth Mountain Father provides. But press us, and we'll admit there's lowlander goods we can't craft ourselves. I sell our goods there. The old trader taught me how to read and write, and how to act in your cities.
Where does your trading take you?
Denerim and Southreach in Ferelden.
Oh, everywhere.
Hershey in Orlais. When the passes are clear, I take our wares to Val Royaux.
God, you're a You go all over the place.
Surely you can get a fair price for your goods closer than Val Royeaux.
Ah, well, that's truth, but have you seen it? My heart lies with the hold.
Aww.
But I'll die remembering the light on the gates of the sun.
Val Royeaux is overrated? Don't tell him that. Val Royeaux is treacherous. It's stunning.
One of the most beautiful cities in the world.
Everyone thinks I'm mad when I speak of Orlais. They believe I make half of it up. As if I could dream up those fountains and palaces, and those frilly little cakes.
One could almost believe you admire Orlais.
You sound like the Thane. Most in the hold call any city outside the mountains prideful, though. Lowland of...
I mean, it is both of those.
Farewell.
Another time.
And Vivian, he's talking nicely about your home, so don't be a twat. Oh. Unfortunately, I don't care enough about aesthetics to spend money on them. Not when I've got everything done as... Alright, I've got naked Kunari statues everywhere, alright? Fine, I'll say it. The Augur! Hi.
So, she arrives. Don't throng. Behold, worthy ones, the woman who blazes like fire and mends the air.
That's a lot of not good.
Yeah, you're surrounded by wraiths.
Demon summoning. Delightful.
They're not harmful, I don't think.
I am the Augur of Stonebear Hold. I greet you, as do our gods and the gods of our ancestors. There. It is done. Now come, be welcome. And hear news of the north.
You horny... I could not possibly comment. I met an exile in the woods.
I met a mage in the woods who said she used to be an Augur's apprentice.
Sigrid Goldsdotten. She left the hold when I told her she must release her teacher.
Aren't you her teacher?
She might have heeded me if I were. Or perhaps not. It's time the spirit in her was free.
She's possessed, and you do nothing.
Every mage in the hold is made one with the gods till they're strong enough. I thought Sigrid strong enough. Exile was her own notion.
Why did Sigrid exile herself?
Why did Sigrid go into exile?
Sigrid built an altar by the shore for her rite of thanksgiving, a ritual to part her from her teacher. Sigrid claims her offering was spurned by the gods. The spirit remains with her, which is taken to exile.
So in the first two games, it's a massive deal is made about how permanent demon possession is. Now, even though you undo it in the first game, apparently, but that seems to have never been mentioned again. Or you can undo it. I didn't. I wanted to be a blood mage, so I kept Connor being possessed by a desire demon. I just told the desire demon to leave and couldn't come back later when all this had blown over. Anyway. But shh. We were a good hero for Elden. But no, then there's these people who just live in the Frostbite Basin who you run into them in fucking Lothering. And they just casually possess and unpossess and repossess and unpossess and summon demons and... What? Like, they possess all of their mages and then have them unpossess themselves when they're good enough? Can they just talk to the circles about that? Because even the Dalish say that's impossible. Whatever.
I'd like to ask something.
Then ask.
I assume Augur is another word for mage.
I am a mage. Yet not all mages are augurs. I give counsel, to other mages and the Thane. In turn, an augur takes counsel from the gods and shares it with the Hold. I make their will known to us, and ours to them.
So you're an ambassador to the local spirits?
They protect the Hold. They help drive off spirits who've gone bad with rage or gloom. The gods live with us. Ignore their offerings, offer them nothing, and it weakens us all.
So spirits, as opposed to demons, and the spirits help them fight demons. I guess that is one difference. But then I thought one of the things about spirits is they generally didn't have any interest in possessing people, unless there are specific examples, like Wynne was saved by the spirit of... what was it? Mercy? Spirit of Mercy, I think? Which kind of involved being possessed, but not really. Same with Anders, but if anything, he possessed Justice, not the other way around.
I've heard enough to realize that when you say gods, you mean spirits. Why do you pray to them?
We offer to them. We don't pray like the lowlanders to a creator they think will weather all the ages.
Do you actually think they're divine beings? Something more than magic?
They are.
Spirits watched us even before we came from the north. They shaped themselves into our gods, and we grew to love them. Their secret gift is this, Inquisitor. They reflect us as water does the sky. They show us what we wish to be. That image gives us strength. For that, we thank the gods.
Ariana, you can ask your questions without the disrespectful tone.
You let spirits possess your mages on purpose.
What better teacher than one woven from magic? The spirits and the Hold have helped us in this way for hundreds of years. Once a mage masters their powers, their teacher departs, duty ended. Unless the mage is weak.
Abominations, wandering freely around the village. What a wonder we do not do this in civilized cities.
More proof lowlander cities aren't natural. No good comes of so many souls pressed together.
What happens to these weak mages?
Their teachers stay with them, and the other gods watch them both, so neither soul turns sick. If one does sicken, or the mage stands in risk of harming the Hold, one day, they do not wake in their bed. It is very sad. It is what must be done.
No one thinks this is right, right?
I should be off.
Farewell.
I mean...
The augur's saying blood will spill before the new moon.
Let the jaws of Hakon try something. They know whose ground this is.
That's the Argo.
Be welcome.
I'd like to ask something.
Then ask.
I should be off.
I wish... This game doesn't handle multi-layer conversations well. Like, if I click that, I should be able to get back to this menu.
Did you just introduce me to spirits?
The gods of the Hold clamored to see you. I obeyed. For I'm their voice and their augur. And if I didn't show you off, they'd hound me for months.
What did you mean when you said I blaze like a fire?
How do you think you appear to the gods of the Fade? To those beyond the Veil, your hand burns like the Watchman's bonfire.
I wish the anchor had gone. Nothing I could do about it. That's terrifying. The spirits see me all the time.
Are you saying every spirit in the Fade knows where I am?
Only those nearby, but thoughts spread quickly among the gods. They tell me strange things. That you muddied Time's waters where the cliffs are red, and returned again.
The spirits speak the truth.
Do you know where your hold beast may have gone?
Storvacker? No. I've asked the gods, but they've seen no sign.
Thank
I
you.
should be off.
Farewell.
Our guests are welcome, so long as their weapons stay sheathed.
Oh, this is the wall. This is where they were climbing.
Kind of cold in the air today.
All the rams are growing thick coats. It'll be a bad winter.
Our guests are welcome, so long as their weapons stay sheathed. So long as their weapons stay sheathed.
Like that.
Our guests are welcome, so long as their weapons stay sheathed.
Right, this looks interesting. Oh, never mind. That's just the way out.
Inquisitor, I'm honored by your visit. I'm Finn Caldenson. Forgive me if I don't stand to greet you properly.
How were you injured?
A storm blew up a few months back. It's the worst we've seen in a while. I was helping to secure the fishing boats. Einar nearly fell in. I caught him, but the current caught me. My leg got crushed against the rocks. It hasn't set properly.
You seem troubled. Is it your injury?
In part. Gida Meerdotten prepares my father's body for sky burial.
You have my condolences.
I knew it would be soon. I miss him.
I'll let you
Aw.
rest.
Lady keep you.
You are not the person to talk to. The naming of Stone Bear Hold. It starts with a man, Ivar Yerrickson. Driven from their home by war and misfortune, their thane died. Ivar led what remained of his people through the mountains. The winter was harsh. The winds of Hakon breeze echoed through the peaks. The beasts fled, and the hunters could find little game. Ivar's people grew weak. They feared themselves cursed. When the blizzard struck, they built a meager fire and huddled for warmth. When the blizzard lasted 3 days, they knew that they would die. On the third night, when Ivar stood watch, he caught sight of a great grey bear through the snow. I thought this was going like the story of Hanukkah for a moment, but not quite. He caught sight of the great bear through the snow. Though the beast was distant, Ivar could feel his eyes upon him and knew he must follow. Alone, he made his way through the wind and snow. The great bear walked ahead of him, always distant but never out of sight. At last the bear stopped. Ivar came to stand beside the bear and saw before him a sheltered place where his people might be saved. He reached out a hand to his guide, but instead of fur, he found grey stone. Ivar knelt before the stone and gave thanks to Korth, who knew the mountain father had taken the form of a bear to guide him here. He was sheltered to his people and led them to a sheltered place. Ivar Yerrickson became Ivar Snowfavored, and the people swore to honour him as their new thane. Hold was given the name of Stone Bear in honour of Ivar's vision. In this place we have grown strong, from stories of the wild south. Collection of Tales of the Barbarian Nations of Ferelden by Lady Susanna Ashwell of Ansburg. Oh. Master of the Hunt, hi.
Inquisitor, you've need of a hunter, or you're just wandering? Now you lowlanders see many holds, and I'll tell you, there are none finer.
I assume you go hunting yourself.
Of course I do. Who says otherwise?
No one.
I lead our hunts, Inquisitor. My leg aches. One eye can't see in the dark. And I bring more meat than anyone in the hold. Goat's piss do I hunt.
I apologize. I was just curious.
Suppose you can't help Lowlanders' manners.
We're such a bitch.
Do you have any idea where Storvacker has gone?
Our hold animal's a hungry one. She might be after the game in the valley to the west. As the weather's turning, I'd not think she'd run further.
Farewell.
Farewell.
Right, this is mine now.
Every time I think I've seen the ugliest possible Avar statue, a new one turns up that surpasses my expectations.
Cover it in gold leaf and it wouldn't be terrible.
So, come to test yourself.
How so?
Our warriors want your measure, Inquisitor. Bring us an offering, and we'll let you fight Hakon's trials. Stonebear Hold would know if the spirits favor you. So would I.
Do you run this arena?
I do. I'm called Arkenfeldsen. I prepare warriors for the gods. Truly, I drill it into young heads that no one's born knowing how the axe swings or the arrow flies.
What do you mean, prepare your warriors for the gods?
As we train, the gods see us become worthy.
Worthy of what?
A second strength when you most need it. A glimpse that spots a blade in your heart. Warriors must show their will for these gifts, and the will for practice.
Spirits do sometimes interfere when the veil permits. Occasionally for the better.
Our augur's no fool. We keep the bad spirits at bay, and spot them in those who draw them.
Famous last words of the overconfident.
What is this trial, exactly?
Battle against our best. Wit and muscle, and steel against steel. Not to death, just surrender. In case you're afraid.
I didn't want to take a life for just a trial.
Good, but don't hold back. The gods and I can tell.
Can we begin this trial of Hakon?
We need an offering from you first. To honor Hakon and the dead.
I was hoping for information on what kind of gift you want. Okay, never mind. We've got. Where's this other quest then?
Our guests are welcome, so long as their weapons stay sheathed.
Down this way.
Greetings, stranger.
Hey, oh.
Be welcome, Inquisitor. Though I fear I've time for little more than a greeting. I must prepare these souls for their greater journey, particularly those who depart without the reverence due. Their way is often hardest.
I'm not familiar with Avar funerals. May I ask what proper rites entail?
When the time comes, we are given sky burials. For most, the body is laid out and prayers given. When the birds come, They carry the soul to the Lady of the Skies. The body, unneeded, is gone.
For most.
Some souls, such as Calden's, are chosen to return. The Augur reads the signs at birth. It is a rare honor. In order to return, an offering is made to Korth the Mountain Father and buried beneath the body. A piece of the soul thus remains, allowing the rest to return to this world and be reborn.
That sounds not unlike what Flemeth did in Dragon Age 2.
Will someone not be given proper rights?
Calden Enverson is one of the few whose soul may return. Bloodkin must make an offering to the Huntmaster, who prepares it. Or so it should be. Calden's son, Finn, has failed in this duty, but then there's you.
Me?
You're a guest of our hold. A gift from you cannot be refused. Even an offering for Calden. I cannot dictate the nature of a gift, but if my suggestion appeals to you, speak to the Huntmaster.
Will do. I love that you can just say goodbye in the middle of a convo. Even more than that, I can just fuck off. I can literally walk away from this conversation without even saying goodbye. And it's hilarious because they're like, oh, see you then. Like, they're always surprised. I mean, fair, granted. It's hilarious.
Calden's son is injured. It's not his fault he can't make the offering.
As disappointing as that may be, it is not my place to ignore the gods' laws on a whim. I honor them in word and spirit, Inquisitor.
You suggested a way around tradition by letting me make the offering.
The spirits have seen Finn fail.
We clearly have ADHD and we've already forgotten what she said, alright? Just
a gift
bear with.
from another does not bear this weight. Calden's soul could travel easily.
Go see the Huntmaster.
Lady, keep you.
The game should track of how often you do that and you get stone cold bitch points. Generally no, but there's probably a few where you might get companion disapproval based on who you did it to, maybe. I remember when they talked about... This was before Mass Effect 2 was released. And Mass Effect 2 had the interrupt thing, you know, the Paragon and Renegade. And I remember one of the devs talking back then about how it's a way of basically skipping and getting out of a conversation. And because they said that, well, the implication is if you're skipping dialogue to basically tell the character to fuck off, it's inherently going to be Renegade, which does rather imply that they added the Paragon interrupts after that interview happened. The interrupt is in Mass Effect 1. Don't think so. There might have been a couple of things that happened that were kind of along those lines that led to that, but the actual Paragon Renegade icons that appeared with the actual interrupts, I'm pretty sure they started in 2. Game only keeps track of dialogue up to your canon. Yeah, they approve or disapprove of. What if the chat filter let me say bitch but not bastard? I don't understand. Because bitch, you could argue, has misogynistic overtones, whereas bastard doesn't, so surely it should be the other way around. So I personally wouldn't filter either of those by choice, because they're just swearing. If you're about... That's right, who do you save on Vermeer at? I flip a coin. Genuinely, I use random.org and I pick I pick one at random. Flip a coin, Heartless. Yeah, but this way, when I play through the series, it's kind of different every time. I use random.org to pick my companions. So I'm hearing party dialogue that I've never heard before because I've never had this combination of people all the time. Caden's just an angry fucking thing. Alright. I don't hate Caden. I'm just gonna say it. I don't find him boring. I can't stand Karth, by the way, who has his same what's it called? Voice actor in Knights of the Old Republic, and he really is boring and actually is kind of a dickhead. I don't like Karth at all. Caden, I don't mind. I like his story, his conversation, his backstory. His classic cyberpunk dystopia. Like Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 2 and 3 don't do this, but Mass Effect 1 is a cyberpunk story, whereas Mass Effect 2 and 3 are just futuristic sci-fi.
Being so unnerved by magic, you aren't shy about benefiting from its effects.
I don't. I use normal things, not magic.
You consider swathing yourself in flame or ice normal and not magic?
For one, it comes out a bottle. For two, I mess up, I get burned. You mess up, your head chucks up a demon. For three, bottle, little burned, no demons. So there.
That was only... You know, if it lets you sleep at night, never mind.
He gets headaches because he doesn't want to upgrade to the new tech that stops the headaches. I mean, yes, but you're also talking about brain surgery. It's like, alright, it's like Darth Vader. Right? Darth Vader's suit is shit. Between that and the fact he's literally being nice locks him into a romance. I've never actually had that with him. Actually, to be fair, I have done, but on purpose. Alright, this is going to make me sound really horrible. This is going to make me sound really horrible. But I flirt with him and Liara. And I lead them both on and get them both to the point where they think I'm starting a romance with him, and then shoot him down and pick Liara. I do that every single time. I know how to not start a romance with Caden. I don't care. I just want to reject him and pick Liara. Bear in mind, I quite like Caden. I only play friendship and the nice comments with him before, and if you aren't careful, you end up locking the romance, and him and Liara confront you. Yeah, I know. I do that. I do that on purpose. I can't remember what I was going to say now. Oh yeah, Darth Vader. So Vader's suit was outdated by the time of Revenge of the Sith. Like, on purpose. It was Darth Sidious's sort of plan to have him constantly in pain. He could quite happily have been in, like, if he had his injuries and whatever and was on the light side and was saved by the Republic, he'd probably have gotten a bodysuit that would have the same effect but wouldn't cause him immense pain, because why? But it's definitely a thing where he could have been transplanted out. He could have the suit removed and have his body put into a new one that wouldn't be that, but the likelihood is that process would kill him. So that's where I kind of see Caden. Like, major brain surgery to put a new chip into his brain that is not going to cause him pain, but it's kind of major surgery. Now, I talked to the guy enough to get any random crew-related side quest, you might have then leave him to die on Vermire. Well, so speaking of Darth Vader, fan theory is our reason your son's a master to save his son is strictly because it's the most dramatic thing you could possibly do at the time. And if nothing else proves that Anakin Skywalker is still very much alive, it's that. Anakin Skywalker would only ever do the most dramatic thing that he could possibly do in the moment. Anyway, this Vader is unstable. I'm going to have a quick pee break, and I'm gonna go get a drink because I've finished my coffee, finished my wine. I also need to put a new insulin sensor, blood sugar thing, and be my full bionic person. Speaking of Vader, nice. Think of me while you pee. Anyway, see you in a minute. Speaking of Darth Vader, this is Darth Vader playing bagpipes. It's corn, but it's also Darth Vader playing bagpipes.
pursuit of a nameless prey. I've been so close, I'm so far away. It's so hard to explain, so easy to feel. I need you now, nothing is real. Save me from the villains of circumstance before I lose my place. Close your eyes and dream me home. Forever mine, I'll be forever yours. I'll be forever yours. I'll be forever yours. Always, evermore, always, evermore.
Hello again. Hey Firewolf, how are you doing? Let's go to display. Change the window. And then go back to OBS. Yeah, we'll go back to display. Trying to get ready for kickball. Fun! What do you do if hieroglyphs are told letters and numbers, string them together, make words and sentences paragraphs? That is, I think that's what reading generally is used to mean. What was his name? Speak with a huntmaster. Okay. I don't really understand YouTube, to be honest. Like, regular. So I have, back before, I don't know if joystick existed yet or if I just wasn't aware of it. But I played Lady Killer in a Bind, which is a not safe for work visual novel, and obviously didn't play that on Twitch. That was on Discord. And the VODs, initially I uploaded that VOD as a unlisted video on YouTube. But since I listed it, but had it as a 18+ video, which basically is the same thing as unlisting it. Like, it doesn't... Oh, thanks for the follow. But it's actually getting, you know, not many views because it's 18+ and it's not pushed out to anyone. It's kind of... But at the same time, it is actually getting some, and no one... YouTube don't seem to mind.
Can't be.
They probably haven't noticed, but... But then, if they do mind, then what even is the point of the 18+ section on YouTube? I don't understand. I don't get it. It's there. It's not been taken down yet. We'll see. Oh, the Huntmaster. Oh, I remember the Huntmaster. He's a guy I insulted.
Inquisitor?
About Calden's offering.
I spoke to the woman preparing bodies for funeral. She said I might make an offering for Calden.
How would... as a gift? Sly woman. In that case, I'll accept an offering from the hand that gives it. Tradition says the offering's made to Koth. Only creatures who touch the god's realm will do. I'll mark where someone last spotted. It'd be an unmatched gift, Lowlander. I still pity Calden's son, though, losing his father's name.
What do you mean?
Finn failed to complete the rites. That'll see him disowned when the burial's complete.
Wait, so he does this or he's the wrong kind of elf?
What?
Never mind. You help.
He's fatherless whether you do this or not, Inquisitor. Seeing it done will give him some peace, I imagine.
Farewell.
Farewell.
You know how I wasn't following you? I've been watching on and off for a while. To be fair, I've done the same. I think, to be fair, following I mean, I don't really send out mass DMs, so following on joystick doesn't really do much. Like, on Twitch, the sidebar of the online channels is only people you're following, so it's pretty fucking obvious if you follow them or not. Whereas on joystick, you just see you see everyone online ranked from most viewers to least, and that's sort of it. So I guess it's easier to miss. Yeah, turn off stream notifications on Boba. Yeah, I have them on, but I don't get them. I must have them overruled in my profile settings. It's so hot. I'm gonna say yes, it is, but I have a feeling that for me that's an entirely lesser level of heat than what you're talking about. The only benefit is following DMs and clicking your socials. Socials, yes, you're right. See, even the streamers who send out mass DMs they don't filter streamers out. No. But I mean, if you aren't following someone, you won't get their DMs, is what I mean. So seeing them is one of the only things you get for following them. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, temperature. What is it? Living room. 27.4. It's not actually even that warm. 103 Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's really hot. To be fair, it is 10:45 at night. With feel of 118 due to humidity. That's horrible. I hate that. I hate that for you. I guess, actually, let's see what it is outside. I'm sorry, I don't know the conversions. You could have to Google it. But outside, it is 20 degrees. That's the thing, though, to be fair. It gets hot in the day, and it sort of doesn't cool down. So it's going to basically stay about 30 degrees all night, regardless of what it does outside. I'm guessing the conversion of 20 is like how 60, 70 is. That seems reasonable. I think 30 is 80. I think that... See, I want to actually know now rather than guessing. Having literally just said I don't know and wasn't going to. Where unit programming, unit converter, favorite conversions. I don't have any. Great. History. This entire calculator history. Temperature. Where is temperature? Switch. 30 is 86. I know, because having a body temperature of 38 is typically 102-ish, otherwise known as a fever. Yeah, it should be about 36.5, shouldn't it? What did I say it was? 27. So that's, yeah, it's 80.6. So you were correct. I don't know why I said you're... Nope, because no one's made that conversion at all. What the fuck am I talking about? 80.6 is 27. What is 20? I did 0. Well done me. 20 is 68, so yes, you are correct. Let's talk to Finn.
Inquisitor.
You can't complete the rites.
I know about your father's burial and the offering.
I tried. I dragged myself out of this cursed bed, but the pain... I collapsed. The Huntmaster found me and dragged me back. Said we didn't need another dead man.
I'm told I can make the offering as a gift for the hold. I'll try to do so for your father.
He won't be my father much longer.
The loss of your name?
It doesn't matter. Whether or not he's my father, I still love him. I would not see his soul severed from the earth if it's meant to return. If you can make a gift of the offering, there's no way I could repay you.
I'll let you rest.
Lady keep you.
Right. So there is, by the looks of it, no way to get him Keep his name. Unfortunate. Narrow margin to healthy body temperature feel this so why like yourself so many conditions we drink poison for fun. Drink poison for fun? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, 5 degrees too hot and you might die. Yeah, and like a fever. Not just a fever, but so many things are all about killing the infections in your body before the thing that kills them kills you. Because it's all nasty. Is she boiling alive in this house? Yeesh. Yeah, would not want to live in the US without air conditioning. I kind of wish I could afford air conditioning here, to be honest. That fan is fine. Putting it behind my chair was a stupid move. But, nevertheless. Aircon would be nicer. It's just so expensive to run. It's like, I had a look at what it was like, 2 kilowatts. I can't run that. It's like having a kettle on constantly. Fun fact, you can use some poisons, not only cancer, other poisons use, but actually health potions. Well, yes, the difference between medicine and poison is the dose. Central Texas. Seems like almost everyone I know in the US is in Texas. Oh. You're the lurker. You're the fate touch one. Turns out the fate touch creature I had counter towards this. They were meant for this. I could have hunted all of these before knowing this quest existed. It's a big old state. I mean, yes, it's like, is it like the size of Germany? Something like that. Although, I don't know how populated it is compared to generally sized countries. I only wait, what? I only have to kill them. This didn't care about loot. This updated when I killed the fucker. We're staying cool when we don't have central AC electrical wiring. So you're going to swap ACs on our 3's computer? Oh, yes, yeah. Do not envy. Maybe we use some ice cream. I have a feeling by the time it gets there, it may just be cream. I mean, melted ice cream is basically a milkshake. Although, wow, see if I ever try that again. Although, to be fair, if there's any dairy in it, like if it's actual ice cream, and you send it through the mail in Texas, to Texas, it may not be milkshake, it might be cheese shake. By the time it gets there. And if you have the money to send me, I'll give you money. I'll start with that again. If you have the money to send me, I could give my girlfriend money for gas, come get me and move somewhere with AC. Or somewhere cooler. You don't want a week old. You don't want week old room temperature milk. It might. Yeah. You might actually kill her. if you give her that. How do I get down there? Oh. Via the path. Amazingly. 2 birds, 1 stone. Wait, what? This took a turn. This conversation... Wow. Breakfast is just by accidental murder. No worries. Yeesh. Okay. I don't know if I should be going up or down, but let's go with down. Because there's like enemies and shit down there. Also, I don't like this mini-map. That's a spider. In Dragon Age Origins, if I hover my mouse over a black dot on the mini-map in the corner, it tells me who they are, what level they are. Loads of fun things. Tuskets. It's a spooder. It's a giant spooder. Giant's better. Looks like it's guarding something. We're going to see spiders a bit. That sounds familiar. I think they've talked about that. Because isn't there a mod to turn them into something else? Hang on. Maybe even just an option. Gameplay. Oh fuck. Rub some dirt on it. All healing potions heal only health. Significantly increases the chance of receiving special. Don't know what I'm. Grizzly End. Chance to receive. Okay. Well, the smoke effects you just got are really good. This is medium hit with that rolling blue. Oh yeah. Oh, this blizzard. This blizzard here tanks the frame rate. If I go inside that blizzard, it is mid-40s frames per second. Which is hilarious given the graphics card I'm playing this on. Alright, it is just coming this way. Mid-40s, what's that in Fahrenheit? 118, I believe. Oh, never mind. It's on our side. I'm just here killing my friend. My friend, the giant spider. I didn't notice that its health was green. Oh, is the smoke effect around what happens when you cast a blizzard spell? Yeah, so there. I'll be spamming that. It has a cooldown, but yeah. Where's this fucking spider gone? It was over here, right? Is it bugged? Oh! What? He didn't die? What? I thought it died. I thought it died and Dorian's necromancy that's a word. Resurrected it.
Give it to the Hold and make Finn's life shit, or give it to Finn. We help him. Not ask him, do it.
We've been permitted to bend tradition. It may be best to tread carefully.
I don't know. I'm gonna save, give it to Finn, and possibly reload if that goes badly. Okay, who are you giving what to? So, the Fade Touch creatures we were slaughtering, this was for an offering for Finn's father, as the right for the departed kind of thing. However, if we do that, Finn is basically going to be disowned and won't officially be related to his father anymore. Because he wasn't the one to do the right, but he's broken his ankle and whatever, so he can't physically do it. So I'm thinking of just, if we give the stuff to Finn, he might still be able to do the ritual, but he didn't hunt them himself. So I don't know if that's a problem. And as usual, the game will not tell me which of these is the fucking right one. Or which one is which. Is it the hunter? If one of them's the hunter and the other one's Finn, then it doesn't really matter because they're right next to each other. Loki just put there's no loot mods for Evil Within. That sounds awful. Why would there not be? Where the fuck are they? Like, I'm not saying I want to see zombies and whatnot naked, but having Sebastian around naked suits. I read an article on this a while ago, actually. It's about noob mods. And I found them. And it was more or less about how difficult it is to mod in dicks compared to modding tits. That was an entire, it's like a Kotaku article or something, but it was about the gender disparity in nude mods on a technical level, not just but yeah, like I modded so many dicks in Dragon Age Origins, but they were never quite up to the same standard as everything else.
Inquisitor.
Here, an offering for your father. From you.
Inquisitor, I can't.
Consider my gift to the Hold a gift to you. Though perhaps don't spread that around.
But the Huntmaster...
Said he'd accept an offering from the hand that gave it.
I don't know what to say.
Say what they want, and you can belong. But maybe when you figure that threatening you was shit, come look for a Jenny.
I'll let you rest.
Lady keep you.
Okay, return to the lady preparing the bodies. Who is somewhere. Right, I remember where they were.
Wind seems colder than it should.
They were down here. Down here.
I'm told our Huntmaster prepares an offering from Finn Coldenson. Nothing more's been said. I will only thank you for paying hospitality to an invalid. I must complete the preparations. A strange turn of events may not make Colden's journey any easier. The gods measure both outcome and the actions, or deceptions, behind it.
I should be off.
Lady keep you.
Is it deception? Doesn't seem like I was particularly deceiving anyone. Everyone seems to know exactly what I did. And to be fair, I was not very subtle about it. Let's go back.
long as their weapons stay sheathed.
Right. Let's give him our offering.
Well met.
The Inquisition has brought an offering to enter your trials.
Yes. Oh, this'll be a fight to remember. I mean, enter the arena grounds. Hakon's trials await.
Should we,
I'm ready to...
Excellent. Step into the grounds, and we'll begin.
Farewell.
Safe journeys.
jump into the grounds, which are where? Here? Yes, it is. Right, let's try not to die instantly. Survive the trial. It's now 104, 119 Fahrenheit. That doesn't sound fun. Let's have a look. Oops. Yeah, 104 is 40. Like, literally the hottest I've known it to be in this country was 42 last year. That was unusually hot. Oh wow, you withstood that. Oh, this woman takes a fisting. Oh, that wasn't it. That was the first trial. Let's put you there. That's not fair. You've left the arena. Oh, so have we. You have a lot of guards. That's not the right one. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, nice one, Vivienne. Thank you. Struck him with an ice wall just as he was about to charge at me. I was trying to run away. As brave Sir Robin tends to do. Oh. These attacking animations are so long. I need someone who can get rid of guards. Wait, I'm on life? I think in these poses to show that they're not dead. Trust me, bro. Turn to the arena master.
What a fight that maneuver was. Well, you shot well fought, Inquisitor.
Farewell.
Safe journeys.
Thank you. Oh. We've got... I see. So I think I sacrificed approval of the hold by giving it to Finn instead. That's okay. I'll get approval in other ways. Oh. Let's give her immolate. Oh, there's a shard down here. Up here. Those 3 comps make it even hotter inside. Yep. This, I can actually feel.
I box of rabbit raisins to some lord what's-his-tits in your name.
That explains the letter of gratitude. They were, by all accounts, delicious.
Ew! Ew! Ew!
You underestimate both the fragility of his holdings and the severity of tribute demanded of him in the past. Perhaps he was grateful it was not a stew made of some lesser cousin.
That's lies, right? Must be lies.
You on computer all the time. My roommates turn out as often they aren't actually using. I'm just don't like dealing with passwords or wake up. You can turn that off. You can turn the lock screen enabling after sleep off, so you don't have to put in a password. And then it's functionally the same as if you don't sleep at all. I don't know if it's down here or up there. But I can feel the heat emanating from it. It's down there. It's down there. I can feel that rising up and hitting me in the arm. Which is pleasant in winter. Not so much right now. Turns out an RTX 3090 running at 100% utilization kicks out quite a bit of heat. I know, who would have thought it? I'm going completely the wrong way. But I wanted to get up out of this chasm. Which is not this way. Another 30 out of 3070. Which, to be fair, is less heatful, less power. You know, it still annoys me to this day that if SLI weren't depreciated and were still supported by most modern games, my old setup, my 1080s and SLI would be halfway between a 3070 and a 3080, and I wouldn't have to have upgraded for quite a while. I'm going to do an Evil Within stream on Kick. Have fun on Dragon Age Inquisition. Enjoy Evil Within. And enjoy your stream. I lied, I'm doing it here, just, you know. I don't feel like having a shirt on right now. What are the rules on Twitch on, like, nudity? Because I know quite a few sex workers are doing streams there. Like, is it like Twitch, or is it more like here? Or is it somewhere in between?
There must be something here.
Yeah, you're right. There are multiple things here in so many directions. They all down here? Might all be down there. That's the boat that leads us to the island.
This is the place the augur said that mage Sigrid tried and failed to release her spirit. It looks like the tools for her ritual are still here. Scorch marks, left by some kind of interrupted spell. Perhaps the ritual was never completed. Grass is trampled down here. A fight? No. I see hoofprints. Just an animal going by. A skinned bird and a bundle of incense. If these were offerings for a ritual, why haven't they been used?
An inexperienced mage might use up a bit of energy banishing a spirit.
Then why is the vial still full?
Alright, how do I get over there? Oops. What am I doing? I can just fast travel back to the camp. Right, let's try this again, shall we?
Milady?
Thank you. It's crap. I will sell it.
You returned.
The augur told me why you're here.
That Chatterjay. What business is it of his to tell that to a lowlander?
About the ritual you were performing, Sigrid.
I had to burn a proper offering, then let my guiding spirit free. I made the offering, the gods did not accept.
I found a bird and incense by the altar. They weren't burnt at all.
I brought more than I needed. When I fled, I left everything.
You would have needed to take the lyrium at the start of the ritual, not the end.
Aye. And so?
The vial I found was full.
Do you accuse me, stranger?
I'd just like to help another mage, if you need it.
Will you understand? I hear Lowlander mages see the gods differently. I made no offering. I prepared. I began the spell to release the spirit here with me.
And?
I could not do it. I have no close companions in the hold, no kin. I cannot lose my only friend.
Seven minutes, so I can use my sensor.
You're friends with this spirit.
Of course she is.
Taught me with patience and kindness since I was a child. Frightened of the fire I could suddenly call down. The gods change, the gods can die, and yet I do not want to lose the one who loves me.
It would be hard to let go of such a unique friendship.
It is. Yet I swore an oath. I think the Augur knew. All this time he knew I never cast the ritual. It is not right to stay in pity. I will confess to him.
Or you could become my agent.
The Inquisition could use a mage with a unique perspective. You and your spirits certainly qualify.
You want me to pledge my staff to your Inquisition? Even bound to a spirit?
Your people consider it a gift. I'm sure you can handle yourself.
It's no bad idea. Just bad.
If she cannot, Inquisitor, the consequences are yours to bear.
It must be punishment from the gods to serve a lowlander for my oath breaking. It fits my shame. I'll find your camps and join you.
My friendship is not a punishment. Alright. Fine. I'm actually going to do a finger prick test because I feel like my blood sugar's kind of low. The old-fashioned way. With blood magic. Well, not blood magic. Just blood. .9. That was correct. Time for a snack. There's got to be a better way down, right? Actually, no, this seems fine. Yoink. Hit my knee on my desk as I put my chair back in. Oh, it's the pig thing. Imbued Tusket. Imbued with what? Okay. Ooh. Artifact.
Delightful. The Jaws of Hakon are using these bones in a warding spell.
It could be blood magic. Let's look for any more skulls.
I definitely felt like my blood sugar dropped since I last did that test.
Barbwood, a parasitic tree that grows through the body of its host. Useful in alchemy, makes terrible furniture.
What sort of uses does it have?
The sap makes potent restorative potions. Extracts from the leaves are useful for transmutations. Harvesting either one is too dangerous to attempt often. More's the pity.
I imagine it's terrible furniture because it's covered in spikes. Oh, my sensor has started working. Because it's buzzed at me to tell me my blood sugar's low. 2.9. It's, yeah, it's really low. Fun. Huh.
Clearly a fight here. Something big. Like, bear big. Maybe a bear. No bits, no blood, no way to cut something out. It has to be close.
Thorin, how did that catch you by surprise? It was the most telegraphed move in the world. Well, Dorian's staying dead. I love thwacking people with shields. Let's go to Svara Sunhair and tell her that we don't actually... Well, she doesn't actually have to break her oath because they fucking kidnapped her bear. Oh, and Sarah's leveled up. Love how she got no points in archery. She's meant to be an archer. I don't play her as an archer. Well, I normally do. I'm not doing that now. So, sabotage or subterfuge? Expending these silence or massive misdirection with the leap into safety, disappearing into shadow, tricking enemies and slashing empty. Yeah, they are where anyone expects them to be. Expending these silence poisons and traps that don't really enemy is stuck. Let's do subterfuge. This looks fancy. Scepter of Razikale. Razikale? Whatever. Mysteries of the Frostback Basin. Secret prisoners of Tevinter. Long ago, this would have been underwater until Tevinter drained much of swamp called Coldstossen to build this prison. Why make a jail so remote? The prisoners they wish to hide. Tevinter has made war on Orlais many times, but now I believe there is also a secret war between them and the common that the common people are not allowed to see. This prison is a reminder of this secret that this secret war that continues in our time. Wow, reading is hard. I speak of Orlais's attempt to rouse the Snake Kings of the Earth against Tevinter's alliance with the Moon Men. Sorry, I think I need to read that sentence again. I speak of Orlay's attempts to rouse the Snake Kings of the Earth against Tevinter's alliance with the Moon Men. This is explained in Sir... Oh, it's a David Icke reference. Okay. Hey, it's a reference to old-fashioned anti-Semitism and the lizard people. This is explained in Sir Icke's pamphlets, of which I have read many, which explains many things, such as why the snake appears in Tevinter drawings, how the Snake Kings came to exist, crystals. Did Moon Men have their Tevinter allies keep reptilian ones here, so they could interrogate them at their leisure? None can say, but I will say yes, as that would fit my theories. That looks like a skull. It looks sort of orangey. Could just be the sun, I guess. That's our bear. He's just chilling. Speaking of chilling.
This plant form. It's so melodramatic, half of my... You're in great.
There's the two more I need, right?
I presume you know what they will say of Corypheus, Dorian.
Darkspawn, madman, relic of an unwanted past. Don't keep me in suspense.
They will say he is Tevinter.
No.
I'm aware you claim to be here to counter that, but the damage is done.
I'm not here on behalf of my nation's reputation, Vivian. I'm here to do what is right.
If only more of your countrymen felt as you do.
Vivian, stop being a twat. Stop being such a bitch to him. Like, seriously.
I think that's the last of the bones. What were the Jaws of Hakon doing with this magic?
Maybe don't keep touching. And ask the Avar, who talk.
Of course. Let's speak with the Augur.
Do you really not think that the person in this party who's been at the brunt of Tevinterism the most might not actually, in fact, be Dorian?
Goat-kissing, blood-drinking, Hakonite chicken crabs! Thank you, Inquisitor. Storvacker has returned. My hunters saw what you and she did to the Hakonites who held her. In trapping Storvacker, the Jaws of Hakon broke their peace oath with Stonebear Hold. Our blades are yours.
She fine? She
I
okay?
assume your bear is all right after whatever they were going to do to her.
She is fine. As for what they were going to do, my hunters brought items back from where they held Storvaker. I know what they intended. It is not something you will like. Something few Avar would tell Lowlanders. But you must hear it. The Jaws of Hakon sought to bind their god in mortal form and bring war to the Lowlands.
That doesn't sound good, no.
They wanted to send a god to destroy us. Could they wait until I'm done with the current god who wants to destroy us?
You are right to worry. This battle is not yet won. Though you have given them pause, they will try again. Ages ago, the old Jaws of Hakon did the same. They brought their god to life to destroy the Lowlands. Their foolishness lost Hakon to all Avar. Now they would free him and begin again.
What did you mean when you said that their foolishness lost Hakon to all Avar?
When they bound Hakon to mortal form, he became blood of this world. He could hear no prayers, nor speak to the augurs. All he could do was kill. Then he vanished instead of dying, as though rendered mute, lost for ages. If they sought to free him from mortal form, I could understand. Making him attack the Lowlands is a fool's work.
What would happen if the Jaws of Hakon succeeded in their plan?
Hakon would come to the Lowlands in the form of a great beast. The Hakonites would join him, their numbers swelled by foolish young warriors dreaming of honor names. Even if war were needed, it should not be like that. With gods wreaking havoc in blood-soaked fields, the gods should stay where they belong.
Based on what we know, what must we do to stop the Jaws of Hakon?
Their hold is an old Lowlander fortress. It is shielded by a great wall of ice. Magic even the Hakonites do not know. Unravel its magic, and we will scatter their bones so the lady never finds them.
So I just remembered a bit of this DLC that I really don't like. Where it's fucking freezing and you're jumping from fire to keep warm because you're steadily losing health the whole way. Fine, I'll do it, but I don't like it.
We still need a way to melt the wall of ice around the Hakonites' fortress. Do you have any ideas?
No. It is Lowlander magic and nothing to do with us. Our spirit talkers are useless as battle goats. The Hakonites must have found the magic in the old fortress. Speak to your people. Perhaps they will know more.
I will speak with you later.
Thank you. That means we've got an operation to do. Don't remember where the auger was.
Greetings, stranger.
Got no sense of direction. It's either above or below me.
Greetings, stranger.
Here's the nug I set free. Oh, I see.
So, Sigrid Gulsdotn will come out of exile to join your Inquisition.
Do you object?
It will be good for Sigrid to see what lies beyond the hold. Under the Inquisition's protection, the Lowlands treat mages differently than the Avar.
You can say that.
I'd like to ask something.
Then ask.
I should be off.
Farewell. Be welcome.
I found skulls with spells on them left out by the Hackonites. What are they trying to do?
Skulls. So, bones. Magic cloaked in blood. Stone hidden lie the tales of this hold. Here's the means to find them. Return when you've seen all the god runes, and I'll tell you why the Jaws of Hakon did this.
Why not just say what's going on?
Because you hail from the lowlands. If you'd know more about the Avar, put some effort in the knowing. Besides, those runes took me months to carve.
Fine, I'll do it.
Farewell.
Just checking there's not one in here. No, I think that's literally just pointing to the Veilfire itself.
The new section is good. Fine work.
Might be down there. Yep. Looks like it. The death. An elaborate group of Veilfire glyphs flicker to life. There's an impression of a great battle in the distant past. A spirit protectively watches over Avar from Stone Bear Hold as they corner a rival group of Avar in the forest. They join in battle, and the spirit turns aside blade to protect the Stone Bear warriors. There's a snap of arrows, a lash of magic. Rival Avar fall, but so does the spirit. Sensations fade. The morning. The Veilfire ignites a complicated tangle of glyphs. There's an impression of mourning. Avar from Stone Bear Hold pray and sacrifice to the spirit destroyed in the last battle. There is a sensation of months passing. Prayers are not forgotten, the vision fades. The return. As the last group of glyphs light with Veilfire, there is a sensation of excitement and anticipation. An Avar Hold celebrates a night festival around an altar piled high with food and drink. The Thane begins a song, the Hold joins in. The song grows louder and faster, it goes on for hours. The sun rises, a blazing spirit appears above the altar. It has the name of the spirit that fell in battle. It is both the same spirit and a different one at the same time. There is an ear-splitting roar of triumph? Welcome? Something more? From the gathered Avar, the vision fades. That's kind of what Solus described with the spirit of wisdom who they killed. His friend. The spirit will die and be reformed, and essentially another will take its place, but it won't have the same like memories or personality. It's the same but different.
Be welcome.
I found all the Veilfire runes around the village.
What did you take as the purpose of the tale?
In one room. Renewal?
It was about your gods returning, but in different forms.
One of our oldest stories. Taught to us as children by the Skalds. Mountains crack, forests burn. The gods change and die. Hakon's followers want him alive as he was. They will not let him die and return as he should. The blood magic was to hide the jaws of Hakon's deed from other gods.
They fear your other gods.
They have powerful magic. Why are the Jaws of Hakon afraid of other spirits?
The jaws of Hakon turned their backs on all other gods that ever helped their hold. It is not fear that drives them. They hide their deeds from shame.
I should be off.
Farewell.
So I would have impressed the hold by now if I had given Finn's offering myself. So I've not impressed them because I did a good thing. But I guess I wasn't seen to be doing the good thing. Whatever. What's that about not letting the left hand know what the right hand is doing? This has got to count, right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. They told me our people needed to do something, right? Which implies there's an operation available. See? Let's have a look.
Inquisitor.
few operations. And a report has arrived from the site of the suspected Venatori enclave. It's nonsensical given accepted historical record. Located Venatori enclave. Fires on approach. Assumed they torched their camp while retreating. Not the case. Camp already destroyed. Venatori dead. Dwarven tools found, but no dwarves. Alive or dead. One Deep Stalker corpse found. Signs of blight corruption. Best guess, Venatori is surprised by forces emerging from the camp. Camp well. Assume they left the same way. Well collapsed, no passage possible. Enclave scoured for resources for return to Skyhold. Will return to Inquisition camp. Message found next to newly opened sinkhole. We always come for our own. What about you, Inquisition? Binthus Wilhelm Kalsharok. Skywatcher, the Avar healer we encountered in Falomaya. He's evidently respected across many holds as a wise and practical man. He's expressed an interest in seeing Stonebear Hold. Having him pay the hold a visit on behalf of the Inquisition might garner more respect with them. Skywatcher is from a different hold. Some friendly competition and tests of strength will bring both sides together. Let us send Skywatcher to Stonebear Hold as an honoured guest. There'll be celebration on both sides. I think Cullen's right here. The Avar of Stonebear Hold greatly respect Turda Brightaxe, the legendary founder of the Avar. An earlier search located a spot where many of Turda Brightaxe's possessions were left. Her body, of course, had been destroyed in accordance with how the Avar deal with their dead. While her weapon, apparently a major staff rather than an axe. I remember this. May no longer be available. Stonebear Hold would likely appreciate other relics found at the site. The burial site is undisturbed except for the staff we removed. Let's tell the Avar where the site is. They can find it themselves. It shows our respect for their culture. Our respect gifts. If we present her as relics with the ceremony, they'll be grateful.
Let's see what we have.
While historical documents shed lights on Orina's time as Inquisitor Emeridon's companion, little is known of her early life in Orzammar. The Orzammar Shaperate contains an immeasurable wealth of knowledge pertaining to the Tig's past. Professor Kenrick has made several requests to study their records, all of which were denied. As an ally of the Inquisition, Orzammar may be more willing to answer a petition from Skyhold. Information then. I have reports on Carter activity the king may find interesting. We can send ambassadors to Orzammar to make the request. The right gifts to the right people may expedite the process. Bribery it is! Right, who are we taking with us to the island? Right, so let's check my blood sugar while I'm here. 7.6 and going way up. Which tells me that my blood sugar was going to basically sort itself out had I done nothing. Which is how it very often is, but I can't assume that's going to happen. Especially when it's as low as 2.9. Because for the record, I didn't have enough Haribo to make that much of a difference. From 2.9 to 7.6 and still increasing. Whilst in combat, put your fucking weapons away. There's one thing I'm thinking of we could do. Could we do a feat of strength? Oh, and coal. Yeah, the kill is better. Reduce the number of enemies on the battlefield.
Have you found a way through that wall of ice around the Hackenites' old fortress?
I will speak with you later.
Farewell.
What do I need to do for guests of the hold? Okay, done that. Right, I think this is going to naturally finish when they come back from the war table. In which case... let's explore the island.
The inn seems colder than it should. What is this? Are the fishes of Stone Bear Hole too rude to share a meal with friends?
We're no friends of the jaws of Hakon. Word has travelled of what your hold did to Storvacker.
Mind your tongue, Bogwalker. Stone Bear Hold may not always shelter you, and you will need shelter when the cold winds come.
Yet I feel only hot air.
When the jaws of Hakon rule, you will wish you had been generous. If your weak ladies... The Inquisitor!
Oh.
Let her blood bathe the blades of the jaws of...
Okay. I'm gonna wait for this conversation to play out before I walk in any further.
What is this? Are the fishes of Stone Bear Hole too rude to share a meal with friends?
We're no friends of the jaws of Hakon. Word has travelled of what your hold did to Storvacker.
Mind your tongue, Bogwalker. Stone Bear Hold may not always shelter you, and you will need shelter when the cold winds come.
Yet I feel only hot air.
When the jaws of Hakon rule, you will wish you had been generous. If your weak lady has not already picked your foolish bones clean.
Oh, never mind. That was it.
The Inquisitor! Let her blood bathe the blades of the jaws of Hakon! To the lowlands! Glory to Hakon!
You are the lowlander they call Inquisitor. I am Arvid Rolfson. Well fought. The fish will feed on fool's heart wine this night. Thane Sunhair has sent word that you and yours have guest welcome in our land.
How long have you lived in the basin?
Stone Bear Hold's been here a few generations. I was born further north, but we left before I could remember. It was a good life. Until the jaws of Hakon arrived. They brought trouble with them. People are expecting a raid, but...
You don't agree?
They seem bigger fools than that, for all their boasting. I cannot say what they plan, but it bodes ill.
I love how, from this line down, your chest and abdomen are such lower resolution than your face.
I find myself in need of a boat. I need to reach that island.
The Lady's Rest.
What?
Aye.
That island belongs to the Lady of the Skies. The spirits want us to leave it be.
I don't wish to disturb your lady, but it's important.
Thane Sunhair has given you guest welcome, and I have given you warning. The boat is yours. I hope you come back alive.
Guess that's fair. I appreciate it. Who are they dressed like that? Like what? I only wish I had my rope outfit from the Kunari. Can I go into... just explore your house? This feels wrong. I know there's like no penalty for looting things because it's an RPG, but it still feels really wrong. Lina.
Runa should be here. Where did she get to?
Are you looking for someone?
My cousin Runa. She's off north climbing the hills instead of helping with the catch again.
Runa, that name sounds familiar.
Farewell.
Good day to you.
Let's go find this Runa. Well, Runa the day that you didn't find Runa. Runa? I just met her.
Should we look around?
Nah. Alright, I guess it's up the hill then. I thought that was some kind of door or something. That's an axe. So, I'll explore this axe in a moment.
There's a lot of loose stone here, and an Avar axe.
Looks like the start of a trail.
The woman at the beach said her cousin Runa went climbing. Maybe this is where she began.
I've done this. I've been here before. Interesting. Why do you have so little health? I gave you something that reduces... No. I took away a thing that gives you a lot of extra health and gave you something that... Did I? I don't even remember. You okay? Apart from being on fire and stuff? I think I gave you guard max when you did have plus X amount of health. How much health do you actually have? Fuck is it? Right. So Arianwen's got 859. 1,323. 1,062. 423. So actually, despite only having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blobs, she actually has by far the most health of anyone. 800, 1,300, 1,400. So, I think this game is just bugged in terms of the visual for how much health. Because sometimes I find myself with like 4 blobs. And sometimes I've got, what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Sometimes I've got 8 blobs, sometimes I've got 4 blobs. And it's like, well, what does that actually mean? Well... I meant to have 8, I think, because that's the most consistent, but sometimes I don't. I kind of liked how Dragon Age 2 did it, actually. With the bars that were different lengths and scaled according to who had the most and least, and who the fuck is that noise?
How can it be so dark?
You see, there are actually... See, the sun is there by the looks of it. And there are trees between us and it that are opaque and are blocking the light. And that is physics with me, a physics teacher.
There, another trail marker. I think our mountain climber was here.
Do you think?
She was. Teeth bared, lungs burning, up and up. The crest is always the best part.
I see it. I saw the sign. Open up my eyes, I saw the sign. Get to the top of this fucking massive hill. No! Don't fall down. Don't you fall down as well. Wait. Wait. You didn't lose health because I changed character before you actually landed. That's hilarious.
Over there. Just in time. Join the fray. The fight's a worthy one.
Hey, Runa lived despite you two doing fuck all. By you two, I mean just Cassandra, apparently.
Well fought. I'd heard Lowlanders were about. You'd be the Inquisitor from the hand.
Your cousin's
Die.
looking for you.
Oh? Oh! The fishing! I was to help Lena with the fishing. I must make an offering to the gods first. Shall I give your names in the prayer?
What's an offering prayer?
I've climbed this hill 1,000 times. Today, it was as if a wind from the spirits lifted me. I was going to thank the gods with a brace of nugs. That beast must have scented the meat.
You offer meat to spirits.
The Lady of the Skies sends her birds, and Korth Mountain Father sends his wolves and bears. They wouldn't normally hear the prayer of a lowlander, but since you helped in the fight, I'll speak for you.
You wouldn't normally hear the purr of a purr. Drifting continents, apparently. Wouldn't normally hear the prayer of a lowlander. Really. I mean, despite the fact that I have friends who are gods. Cole! Do you know Cole? Look at Cole behind me. He's one of your gods. Hi. Say hi, Cole. Fuck it.
I'd be honored to be mentioned in your offering.
The spirits will remember.
It is nice to be remembered.
A prayer to spirits.
Oh, shut up, Cass.
Could you be a little more gentle the next time we spar, Cassandra?
Oh, shut up.
Why? You can take it.
Yes, but I'd rather not.
I did not realize you were made of glass.
Bruised glass, thank you.
anything. How long does this take? Should I just wait here then? Oh, right. Okay. I'm glad I Googled that because I would have been waiting here for ages. That party dialogue between Cassandra and Blackwall bugged the quest. So I'm going to try this again.
The lady keeps the skies, where blows the morning wind. Korth grants mountain shelter, Hakon blooded hide and bone. Take this gift from Runa Learsdotten, and the Inquisitor from the lands below.
I just felt something.
A blessing? That's a good sign. You bring fine luck, Herald. We've been favored. The gods don't always appear. I'll tell Lena this tale. Perhaps a good story will put a smile on her face.
So... if their gods are the spirits of the Fade, where do the Fade rifts come in that pull them to this world? I mean, granted, presumably some of them are demon. I mean, literally demons. They are actually demons. But I mean, like, in the sense that anti-god? Is that a phrase? I mean, they do dislike demons. They definitely make a distinction between benevolent spirits and less than friendly ones. Although Anders doesn't, which is weird. I mean, he's not wrong. like, justice is not passive, and its benevolence depends on the point of view of whoever is. All right, okay, so it counts that's being done. Oh, so wait, what? What quest is this? Oh, look. Now she has the full health and he has a little bit. He has like 1,000. She has 1,300. He has 800. This is just broken. I almost think that the circles in Origins was one of the best systems, because at least it's clearly just a relative pie chart rather than trying to scale or show a scale and getting it wrong. In any case, I need to pee. So I am going to do exactly that. I'm going to see you in a couple of minutes. I'll leave you with Queens of the Stone Age in the meantime. See you soon. Ahoy! Boop. Don't know why I went out of that. This is in fact the menu I wanted. All right. Let's go back to Lina and tell her that Runa is safe. Oops. I do like this area. The subtle gold lighting of like the time of day compared to the hinterlands, despite it being very similar environment to the hinterlands, just makes it look so much prettier. And let me be honest, the water's kind of gorgeous. Again, because that, I don't know if it's dusk or dawn, but the low sun reflecting off the water.
The spirit spoke of the Inquisition.
I guess he's God-touched and too weak for it.
Yeah?
How long have you lived in the basin?
Stone Bear Hole's been here a few generations. I was born further north, but we left before I could remember. It was a good life, until the jaws of Hacken arrived. They brought trouble with them. People are expecting a raid, but
You don't agree?
they seem bigger fools than that, for all their boasting. I cannot say what they plan, but it bodes ill.
I should be going.
Hunt well.
I think they were talking about the demon, the abomination that we found. They said that he was killing hunters, but left the children. Which is good, I guess. That's what you want. It's more discerning than I expect abominations to be. And they said, oh, he must be God-touched, but can't handle it. Which, you know. Can he not handle it? Seemed like he pretty much wanted to have his little revenge on the jaws of Hakon. Because they killed his friend, right? Where's Rina? Lina. Not Rina. Lina!
Farewell.
Good day to you.
I found your cousin. We did a prayer. When you call my name, it's like a little prayer. Down on my knees, I wanna take you there. Pretty much how it went, right?
This blood. My blood? No, I can't. I'm dreaming.
For a moment, I almost felt like I was walking down the street back in Markham. Strange.
You feel sad because they do, watching, waiting.
Commiserating.
To help you hear it.
Right. That didn't help.
Unless I found near many corpses. The barbarians are afraid to go to this island. I see why with all the spirits. It's completely safe. I was out there myself for a good half hour and the spirits never bothered me. Steal one of the Avar boats and set up a camp This route will bypass all the taxes, and with the Avar and the spirits all around, nobody in their right mind will track us here. I know how you feel about demons. Trust me, this is completely safe. Peaceful even. All you have to do is relax on that island and wait for goods to come your way. It's completely safe. Yep. Skeletons attest to the safety of this place. Meriden.
My God. No, without.
Hi. Hello. You know a Meriden?
They watched the dead and dying, pressing close, clustered to here, and forgot how to go back.
Sleep. I need to. I must find you.
Guess bringing in a spirit of my own here was a good idea? Failing that, Solus? He is a spirit, right? Fenharel is he's not mortal for a start. But then, hang on. I guess when we do Trespasser, we'll sort of discover more of this. Having played Trespasser twice and still fucking can't remember it. That's a Fade Rift. Over there. But, the elven gods were just mages who used their magic to extend their life, right? With their slaves and everything. They were pretty scummy. Putting it fucking mildly.
You joined the Seekers when you were young, did you not?
I wanted to join the Templars, but was given to the Seekers.
So you knew what you wanted, even if you didn't get it.
I wanted vengeance at first, but I discovered a deeper joy in duty.
That's good. Some of us take much longer to find our place.
And some never find it. We are both lucky.
Yeah, well. Maybe if he ever goes through it joining, we'll find out if he ever finds his place. Tale of Ringnar. Ice Troll. The giants, water wading here to hunt and harrow home. Bar fear the shapes in shoreline forced to flee when giants roam. Ringnar Ice Troll, as Tees' brothers calls the winter winds to shore. Hey Cherry, how are you doing? Giants frozen, forged in frostbite threaten Avar, home is no more. Fears of giant battle easing. Death by Barnacle. Open Fade Rift.
We should deal with the rift. This area will not be stable until it is gone.
Oh, this is sad. This poor person died, and that's what's causing a... Let's read. Let's explore before we do this. Unfallen shack. Many explorers in ancient ruins report finding homes, furniture, even tools that look a few years old at most, before the more learned study of spirits and the fade made available by the circle. Scholars often assume that such structures must be new contamination of an older site, leading to much misinformation and misunderstanding regarding the movement of various peoples in ancient Vinter and even earlier. Our brothers and sisters in the circles of Magi have given us more likely answer. In areas where the veil is thin, spirits engrossed by a particular event may endeavor to preserve the feeling of an error by preserving an error in their own imperfect way, some or all of an area itself. The hut of a legendary apostate may appear to have been abandoned for a few decades with crumbling walls and dust, when it is in fact from a previous age or even older. Spirits scratching at the edges of the veil have scared away the vermin that would have chewed through the beams and plants, whose snaking tendrils would have reclaimed the stones for the forest. It is the recommendation of the committee that all university-sanctioned historical expeditions include a maid for consultation upon such matters. Only in this way can we avoid the embarrassing missteps of our forebears and bring Orlais the true knowledge it deserves. A letter from the University of Orlais Historical Committee to Empress Celine, asking for support to request tabled at the start of the Mage Rebellion. I'm glad you're doing okay, Cherry. Oh, this is sad. Is there anything else there before we open the Phaedrus Folly so that we can close it? This is some Doctor Who shit.
Talana slept. I slept. To find him in dreaming. But the blood. She's gone. Talana wanted to reach Ameridan again. One more time. But she couldn't. I couldn't. I died. I tried to stay, but only pieces came through. You opened the sky for the rest of me.
Cole, can you help make sense of this?
It hurts. She hurt. The Wraiths knew only the pain, but she knew why. Daring, dreaming into darkness for Ameridan.
Ameridan? Yes. Inquisitor. Beloved. She came with Ameridan to hunt the dragon.
The dragon?
Huge. Power like none had seen. It came from the mountains with the Avar. Towns fell. All dead. One last favor for Emperor Draken. Slay the Avar dragon. Save Orlais.
Hakon.
This wasn't just a hunt. Inquisitor Ameridan was here on orders from Emperor Draken.
Yes. A secret. Drawn by the dragon. Talana. I didn't want to, but where Ameridan goes, I go. They fought at the shore. Spirits and magic. Cold. So cold. How I found her. How she found us. They rested here. Then up the river. Metal spires. A way to stop the dragon. Then Talana returned here, alone, to wait for him. Forever waiting. Dreaming. Then dead.
We'll find Ameridan. You don't have to wait here anymore.
You did what she wanted you to. You can let go of her now.
Thank you. It was hard.
went a long time ago. I stayed because she asked. Her things are there. She wanted them found.
That's kind of sweet. Orders. Aegis of the Rift. This unlocks the Aegis of the Rift ability, which turns the veil itself into a magical shield that affects enemy projectiles. Ancient document protected in the scroll case. Whosoever reads this message, let it be known that the bearer, Inquisitor Ameridan, commander of the Seekers of Truth, travels to the Frostback Basin on the official request of His Divine Majesty Cordillus Draken, Emperor of Orlais, upon business vital to the safety and security of his most holy empire, and that he and those who travel with him are to be afforded every service, rendered every assistance, and extended every courtesy in their efforts to protect Orlesian lives from threats both magical and mundane. I can read. I tell you, I can read. I assure it. Make her watch over him, Cordillus Draken the First.
Are you all right?
New ability, Aegis of the Rift. The Inquisitor has gained a new ability, Aegis of the Rift. Use this ability to turn the veil itself into a magical shield that deflects enemy projectiles. It can be upgraded in the Inquisitor ability tree. What do I want to get rid of? I really hate that I only have 8 fucking... I use all of them. I think I use the 8 that I have more than I'd use that one. And I really don't like that. Why? Say why. I know why. The answer is... What? Speak to Professor Kenrick. I'm done here? I can't fast travel. I need to go by a boat. There's Hackenites here. Of course there are.
It's the Lowlanders!
Aye. The one ability I want to actually... Oh, never mind. Here it is. You! What are you doing here? Yeet! You froze me! You little shitbag! Anyway, let's put a blizzard on you. Your bows are glowy. What if I did this? I have full health. I was nearly dying. I have full health. Yeets! Never gets old. Oh, about to level up. I don't remember Aegis of the Rift, of the Veil, of the whatever. I don't remember this ability. I don't think I used this in any of my prior playthroughs. Real sad for, I guess, the lover of Amiradan, who died. Didn't even want to come here. Didn't even want to be here. But accompanied Amiradan here. And apparently had a nap and died. I think that might be a bit of a flippant way of putting it, but it's more or less what Spirit said. Kind of cute. The Spirit has been here ever since on her request. I'm going to die. I can't live here forever. Be here in my stead until whoever comes next in the next 5,000 years, what happens? Basically.
May I help you, Inquisitor?
One sec.
I'll speak with you later.
I was going to talk to him, but there's a thing here I haven't read. Questions of accuracy. The moves against them were halted by the light from her most assured hands. It was then she took her own counsel in ways best not set forth here and led the party away. Did Amiradan's eyes seek hers among those assembled as he relayed the events which led them there? If she stood among us, I did not know her, and yet his hand moved slightly at his side, as my own does when my wife is near, and I seek wordless comfort in the touch of her fingers. We had all heard the whispers. Did he say her name in the telling? You dead. Times were different, but have they changed so much? Excerpt from the writings of Lord Biscond, first put to the page 148 Divine. A letter follows. Henrik, this is a precise copy. The preceding pages were lost or removed years ago. Biscond makes no further references to this woman, though Amiradan comes up several times later on. Biscond's writings, as they pertain to the Inquisitor Amiradan, are not entirely unknown. Although you're unlikely to find them among Chantry records, that was a comma, not a full stop. Their validity is largely dismissed. Some question whether the so-called light and counsel reference magic or holy insight. And of course, Biscond wrote down his impressions many years after the fact. The author's own wife brought accuracy into question when she admitted that her husband was recalling his youth in the Orlesian capital through nostalgia and age-distorted memory. I believe her admission is part of official Chantry record. Best of luck, M. Right, let's talk to him.
May I help you, Inquisitor?
A spirit on the island held the memories and possessions of Amiradan's lover, a woman named Talana. It told us that Amiradan was here on orders from Emperor Draken himself, and where he went next.
Trust his dimples. I may have received tenure from that sentence alone. Amiradan had a lover. Talana, you said. The Inquisitor's Lady Mage. There was such debate over whether she existed.
Oh, she did.
And there were orders? This was a request from Draken? This changes everything.
I mean, I know this is valid. You clearly believe this is valid. But this is the testimony of a spirit. Would anyone believe this?
You don't have a problem receiving information from spirits?
It's not ideal, but since you found corroborating physical evidence, I see no serious issues. Any study of great wars and battlefields carries an inherent risk of contact with demons or spirits. When spirits are willing to talk, most historians love the chance of a first-hand report.
Most historians are clearly idiots. Not idiots, I guess. Nah, I'm being too harsh. It's the problem with all first-hand reports, right? Spirits and the Fade don't tell you what happened. They record memories and emotions around what happened, which is sometimes the same thing and sometimes not. Objective reality and blah 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 and all that.
What does it change knowing that Ameridan was on a mission from Emperor Draken?
Because he wasn't.
One current theory holds that Ameridan was selfishly throwing off his responsibilities to go hunting.
Yeah, what he said.
Another suggests Draken had him removed or even killed because Ameridan opposed the Navaran Accord. But if this is true, then Ameridan was a loyal servant of Orlais. He was not an embarrassment. He was a patriot protecting Orlais while Draken fought in the Second Blight.
You were surprised to hear that Ameridan had a lover.
Yes, this Talana you mentioned. Her existence has been hotly debated. Some scholars took Inquisitor Ameridan's respect for the Chantry to imply that he remained celibate. In ages past, there were stories about him and his lover, a mage. They made it out to be a star-crossed romance. The Chantry silenced the stories strenuously.
When I helped the Avar at Stone Bear Hold, we learned that the Jaws of Hakon once bound their god's soul to a beast. According to the spirits, the dragon Ameridan faced was powerful and accompanied by hostile Avar.
You believe they could be one and the same? That would mean... Of course! Of course! Brilliant! 800 years ago, the Second Blight threatened a weak Orlais. A perfect time for the Avar to attack. This Avar god dragon could have endangered the Olesian Empire had Ameridan not stopped it. That explains why he would accept such a dangerous mission. And likely how he died.
How bad would it be if the contemporary Jaws of Hakon bound their god to a dragon again?
With Orlais still involved in civil war and recovering from the Mage-Templar conflict, not to mention the remaining demon rifts and Corypheus himself, a high dragon given malice and magic by an Avar god spirit could, hypothetically, destroy much of Orlais. At least, I hope that was hypothetically.
Totally is. No chance of that happening again. Let's talk about something else.
You're not concerned about the literal existence of an Avar god?
Not particularly. If the Jaws of Hakon once bound their god to a dragon, it is likely just a powerful spirit. That isn't to downplay the important cultural significance to the Avar, but magic does not equate godhood.
Oh, that's the ancient elves.
From the old gods, which are also dragons corrupted by some outside influence. Sometimes I wonder if we really know what we mean by gods.
Let's make sure Hakon stays dead. The spirit said to follow the river to the north, and something about spires or spikes.
Up the river, the scouts have had trouble with Hakonites up there. I'll continue my research, but for now, your guess is as good as mine.
What do you need me to do next, Professor?
That spirit on the island said something about Ameridan going upriver to, someplace with spires? While you search upriver, I'll continue studying these buckles. That, sounded better in my head.
I'll speak with you later.
Let's just make sure. Right. When I'm not controlling the Inquisitor, she will activate Aegis of the Rift by herself. The spirits in the guise of Inquisitor Emeriden's lover Talana revealed that Emeriden traveled upriver. Well, I'm gonna do some war table stuff now because it's 10 past, well, nearly 1:15 in the morning. So let's do that. And I'll finish Jaws of Hakon. I say that. Hopefully finish Jaws of Hakon. Maybe I'll completely fail. Maybe I'll be really shit at fighting and maybe it'll take 2 days. Who knows? Anyway, I'll continue Jaws of Hakon tomorrow. Let's see what we've got in the meantime. I'm sure I remember that island being longer than it is, but I guess Talana is the lady, right? Must be.
Please tell Lord Dorian that I can't get him an invitation to the Wintersun Ball in Leeds. He won't be surprised. He said it would probably be beyond you. It's not beyond me, it's... Tell him I'll try.
Dorian, you... Beyond me? You manipulative cunt. King Balin has graciously agreed to grant Professor Kenrick access to the Orzammar Shaperate, once Kenrick has completed his work in the Frostback Basin, of course. In the meantime, copied records on Arena have been sent ahead as a sign of this agreement. King Balin hopes our alliance will continue to benefit all involved. Josephine. A note from Kenrick follows. The first paragraph consists of a crossed-out series of thank yous, each more effusive than the last. I cannot express how thrilled I am to visit the Shaperate. The documents they sent are incredible. It seems Arina was born to a warrior caste family. The theory that she was a runaway noble was romantic. I rather fancied the notion myself. But knowing the truth makes her seem more a person than a legend. Much preferable in my opinion. Arina met Emeriden when fighting demons in the deep roads, as history says. Since dwarves do not possess magic, Emeriden had come to learn ways in which non-mages can fight demons more effectively. Arina was gifted in the field and had developed several unique methods. Apparently Arina did not get along with Meriden's friend Harren at the time. It was quite the shock when she announced her departure from the Tig, especially since it put a damper on betrothal talks between Arina's family and another well-to-do house. The documents also include some descriptions of Arina's combat methods that may interest your commander. I will see that these remain in Skyhold's possession. Commander Bram Kenrick, University of Orlais. Stone Bear Hold is extremely grateful for the relics and for us sharing the location of where we find them. Their hunters searched the area and found trinkets that we missed or assumed of no import, but which are highly esteemed by the Avar. It's interesting to note that the Avar were completely unsurprised by Turner being a mage. While it was lost to Ferelden history, it was evidently taken as an unspoken truth among the Avar. Sister Dorcas Guerin. Skywatcher caused quite the stir at Stonebear Hold. The feats of strength and skill were raucous, exuberant, and quite necessary, according to the Thane Sunhair, who declared Skywatcher as good in the fighting pit as he was in the bedroll. Given the Avar tradition of knotting ceremonies for marriage, this gives new meaning to the phrase no strings attached. Josephine. Ah, well, we got Thane's son hair laid. You must appreciate that. Sigrid Gulsdotten is a very, shall we say, interesting choice of recruit inquisitor. Commander Cullen has a great deal to say on the matter. Yeah, she's technically an abomination. Still, we've had interest from scholars and mages beside themselves at the chance to speak with a quote-unquote stable abomination, especially since the Chantry is too weak to forbid it with any force. I believe that Gulsdotten, with a guide and some guards for her own protection, will be a valuable guest to send to select lectures and salons. Ambassador Montillier. Say the word, Inquisitor, and we'll send the new Avar mage on a brisk tour of cultural exchange. This is madness. If you must, have this Avar abomination meet with our own scholars in a small room, far from anything, with a Templar present.
At your service.
It's fine. A letter on dark vellum with obviously dwarven markings. A hole in the surface's precious sky. Not our concern. But the thing that did it... If this Magister shit really brought the Blight and the Darkspawn, we're no friend of that. Follow these instructions and you'll catch your enemy sleeping. Tell your soldiers not to leave the main tunnel. That's your only warning. Binthus, Warhelm, Kalsharok. This letter ends with a map to a cave system and a number of troops that can pass. They hold their secrets dear. Do as they say. No more, no less. Potential relations with another dwarven Tig would be far more beneficial than a minor strike at the Venatori. At the least send ambassadors with our soldiers. They can have their secrecy. We don't know the threat on the other side of the passage. Let's send double that to even a threat. Let's do what Leliana says.
Inquisitor.
Kalsharok. Yeah. They don't trust Orzammar. They are not Orzammar dwarves. They've been well away from everyone for a long time.
Inquisitor.
Right. Let's save here then. Let's exit to menu. Wait for the game to get back to the main menu. And let's quit. Right. Now, I'm going to drop in on, let's see who's streaming. Let's see who's around. And I'm not logged into Joystick. How long have I been logged out? Great. Okay, let's go back to the Authenticator app and type in my two-factor authentication before we can fucking... see who's streaming. Anyway, I really hope no one chatted in chat and I just couldn't see it because I've been logged out without knowing it. Anyway. Right, they must have literally just stopped because they were on the front page despite not actually be streaming. Let's refresh. Let's see who's around. Do 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 do. Let's go say hi to Lauren because that's a really nice view right now. Right, let's drop in on Lauren. I'll be back tomorrow and we may finish Jaws of Hakon. We may not. We probably will. Anyway, either way, I'll see you then and good night.